Спасибо, спасибо.
Поверьте, Россия слышит, и Россия готова. Я это уверен, 100%. Я еще ехал сюда, уже Россия была готова. Это месяц назад, когда ехал автостопом, Россия была готова уже к происходящему всему. А сейчас уже больше. Я думаю, Хабаровск вообще просто сила. У меня прям вот здесь сидит. Вы отлично, вы Россия просто сила. Прям молодцы.
Спасибо, Александр. Это был Александр с электростали. 40 километров от Москвы. Александр до Хабаровска добрался автостопом, ребят. С нами ходит уже третью, получается, неделю. Говорит, что в электростале все знают, поддерживают Сергея Ивановича. На каждом подъезде написано уже «Я, мы, Сергей Фургал». Поэтому Московская область тоже с нами. Видим автоколонну.
По-любому, да? Базара нет. Ну так вообще вот как бы.
Спасибо за поддержку. Вижу Подольск, ребят, на площади пролистну комментарии, постараюсь ответить на все. Сейчас очень тяжело отвечать. Люди кричат, колонна сигналит. Сочи зафургала. Вот так вот Россия поднимается. Вообще Катя пошла, ребят, в отпуск, но планы у нее чуть-чуть поменялись, поэтому у нее есть задание. Завтра она выйдет в прямой эфир с Комсомольска.
Лучшая поправка. Путина в отставку. 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 Лучшая поправка.
В каком часу, я, к сожалению, не знаю.
Лучшая поправка. Путина в отставку.
Кемерово,
Лучшая
спасибо за поддержку.
Путина в отставку. Путина в отставку. Путин вор. 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 Путин вор украл Фургала. Путин вор украл Фургала. Путин вор. Путин вор. «20 лет! 20 лет! Доверия нет! 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 Доверия нет! 20 лет! Доверия нет! Доверия нет! 20 лет! Доверия нет!
Вообще шли с собакой погулять и не взяли, а пришли с показать. Да ладно, показывайте, нам не чекать. Да, ну проблемы. Завтра будет меньше на 2 человека. Тогда. Нормально. Вот тут сейчас нас и дома.
Верните нам Фургала! 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 Верните нам Фургала!
Верните нам Фургала!
Верните нам Фургала! Верните нам Фургала!
Наблюдаем. Священник.
You're right. Would you talk to the audience, explain why you're here? You don't have to. It's all right. Thank you. Well done. Sorry? That's how you could tell the audience what you're doing here, could you?
Хабаровчане кричат «Армия с народом». Проезжающие машины поддерживают хабаровчан, сигналят, не перестают. Хабаровчане требуют референдум.
Хабаров, выходи! Фургалов, поддержи! Хабаров, выходи! Фургалов, поддержи!
Хабаров, выходи! Фургалов, поддержи! Хабаров, выходи! Фургалов,
Так, ребят, дошли к перекрестку, где встречает нас всегда любимая наша бабушка. Мы ее наблюдаем. Стоит, ждет. Поздороваемся с бабушкой.
Бабуля, здоровья!
Здравствуйте, спасибо вам.
Молодцы, всех возрастов!
Здравствуйте.
Спасибо вам!
Спасибо, что не забываете.
Завтра вас не будет днем. Вечером.
Вечером будем ждать.
Все, тогда до вечера с вами.
До свидания.
Хорошего вечера вам. До свидания.
Так, побежали. Бабушка предупредила, завтра днем ее не ждем. Дела у бабулечки у нашей. Такая молодец. Чуть-чуть отстали от колонны, догоняем. Догоняем, догоняем. Слышим музыку Виктора Цоя «Перемен». Господи, вы что такие быстрые носитесь?
с мегафоном, чтобы что-нибудь рассказать.
Думаю, нет.
Но он оставался, когда мы уходили. Что-то там Марине рассказывал.
Возможно.
Маринин ролик сегодня надо будет мне через видеоредактор прогонять, блин. Так, так вешаешь и все. А тут она матюгалась. Ты на Хабаровской набережной была на центральной хоть раз? С детьми вот там.
Где утес?
Да.
Да.
Ну, перед и за.
Да.
Я сегодня снял ролик, я вот так на палке утром прямо прошел быстрым шагом вот до бассейна прямо туда, до стадиона Ленина. А потом в видеоредакторе ускорил его в 3 раза.
Ага.
И под Моцарта
Стороны плохая.
запустил.
Да, машина как у меня стояла, прям такие же двери с наклейками, с такими же. Номер посмотрела.
Губернатор наш Фургал! Губернатор!
Такие вот красивые пруды в Хабаровске. Кто не был в Хабаровске, обязательно приезжайте в гости. Очень красивый город.
Или побольше. Только все остальное это берут. Понедельник отправили остальное. Ты вот слушаешь нормально, а
Мужик сигналом сильно старается, не выдержит. Кстати, у меня на машине не выдержал. Тоже, да, гудок пришлось менять после из одного шествия. С колонной едет и очень хорошо сигналит слова митингующих. Респект, найдите, кто это, передайте привет из Москвы. Хорошо.
Свободу Фургалу! Свободу Фургалу! Свободу Фургалу!
Скорее всего, не передадим, потому что парень уже уехал вперед колонны. Ростиславу вчера все-таки суд в 12 часов ночи вынес приговор. 15 суток ареста, ребят. Сегодня было задержание снова Артура, как вы помните, молодой парень. Но суд перенесли на завтра, поэтому не знаем. Мы уже подходим к площади Ленина. Осталось буквально метров 200. Маршрут занял у нас по времени ровно час.
Фургал, наш
Люди
выбор!
в течение всего маршрута не перестают выкрикивать лозунги, хотя довольно это тяжело, поднимаясь в горку. Но хабаровчане не сдаются и готовы ходить до 9 декабря.
Фургал наш выбор. Фургал наш выбор.
Так быстро люди разбежались, потому что увидели в колонии скорую, решили быстренько пропустить. Поднялись мы на площадь Ленина.
Рассыпайтесь, города, нашей родиной беда. Просыпайтесь, города, нашей родиной беда.
Видим хабаровчан, которые не ходят в шествие. Ну вот, стоят на площади, ждут.
Города, с нашей родиной беда!
Просыпайтесь, города,
Нашей родиной беда!
просыпайтесь, города,
С нашей родиной беда!
просыпайтесь, города,
С нашей родиной беда! Города, с нашей родиной беда!
Так, дошли до площади Ленина. Буквально 2 минуты отдохну и пойдем разговаривать с хабаровчанами. И хабаровчане сейчас тоже чуть-чуть выдохнут. Напомню, это финский язык. Хабаровчане просят Финляндию о помощи, так как власти, местные власти не слышат нас, хотят попросить помощи у Финляндии. Это Финляндия. Так, кто-то против. Россия не слышит, поэтому хабаровчане решили просить помощи за границей. Нету стаканчика?
Блин,
В
нет.
кармане не завалялся?
Нет. Что ты хочешь пить?
Сегодня, да, к сожалению, вот принесли такой плакатик, но финнов, к сожалению, нету, но они сказали, будут завтра. Поэтому думаем, завтра они увидят.
Свобода!
Сейчас люди отдохнут, пойдем разговаривать.
Я говорю, значит, сейчас, а он говорит, я не могу сюда встать. Я говорю, сидеть на лавке можешь? Можешь. Я говорю, тебе подойдут корреспонденты и объясни людям всем, что ты хотел сделать. Он согласился. Поэтому я могу тебя смело туда к нему подвести, и он тебе расскажет о своей задумке, что он хотел, как он хотел поступить. И что у него в планах. И он говорил о том, что ему глубоко насрать, что будет о нем думать Дегтярев и вообще все остальное.
Понятно, все. Спасибо большое.
Поэтому я ему... Я поняла. А я ему сказала, что тебе веры никакой нет.
Марина.
Ну ты же не дурак. Сейчас я ему скажу, что он не дурак. Посмотри, что ему сделали.
Обрезан.
Знаешь что? Диверсию сделали у него дома.
Провода
Кто-то без него
обрезали
зашел.
на газовую петлю.
Смотри, на газовой петель. Смотри. Вот. Смотри,
Отдельно валяется.
смотри, сейчас он покажет. Покажи его.
Синие провода.
Камеру.
А кто мог зайти к вам домой?
Кто мог зайти? Привет, да?
Он здесь прям отдельно. Смотри. Смотри. Он прям отдельно.
Смотри, отдельно
Вырезанный.
вырезанный кусок синий вот лежит. А он живет один.
Они не знали, что у него газ кончился. Включили электропод, все, а газ не закончился.
А замок не поврежденный, да, был?
А китайский. Замок любой можно влезть.
Марина, вот подписчики хотят узнать, что будем делать. До 9 декабря продлили арест Сергея Ивановича.
Вот как ходили, то будем ходить.
Будем ходить?
Да, чтобы прокурору было плохо. Он же что сказал? Что вот мы так на него действуем сильно, что он бедный и несчастный, не знает, как себя вести. Что он прям вот не может адекватно разобраться в этом деле. Потому что вот эти вот митинги, как он сказал, очень сильно на него влияют. Давление оказывает на него.
А то, что он давление оказывает на Сергея Ивановича,
Это не в счет.
не в счет, да?
Нет,
И не только он.
а мы на него половое давление оказываем. Понимаете? Когда 3 метра до пола не достает.
Ну вот, скажите честно, у вас внутри что-то ёкнуло, когда Сергей Иванович сказал, что... Когда Сергей Иванович сказал, что суду, да, попросил прислушаться к мнению хабаровчан.
Да.
Он знает о нас.
Конечно, он знает теперь о нас. Он знает все о нас.
Как вы думаете, завтра будет больше народу по этому поводу теперь?
Если это видео распространилось, придет больше народу. У людей появился стимул.
Надежда, что
И
выйдет.
надежда появилась. Но люди сейчас уже агрессивно настроены.
Да, я вот
Такие
тоже.
кардинальные меры, я знаю о них, но в камеру даже страшно произносить по той причине, что там эти смотрят, ребята, мальчики. Поэтому очень опасно.
Ну вы готовы ходить до последнего?
Я тебя умоляю. Я тебя умоляю. Как ходила, так и буду ходить. И меня никто не остановит. И надо до февраля, и надо до марта, и надо до июня будет.
Да не дай бог.
И буду ходить столько, сколько надо.
Спасибо. Так, Марина сказала, что будет ходить сколько надо. Блин, вот насчет микрофона, простите, я завтра постараюсь решить все эти нюансы, купить микрофон, чтобы вам было лучше слышно. Вот не знаю, как быть с этим делом. Я поняла, что Марину не слышно. Не понимаю почему. По второй трансляции я проверяла, все слышно было. Я завтра обязательно куплю микрофон, и мы решим эту проблему. Ну вот меня хорошо слышно, не понимаю, почему не слышно отвечающих хабаровчан. В чем дело? Хотя микрофон также подношу как бы к ним. Спросите у других журналистов. Я завтра решу этот вопрос с микрофоном. А когда Екатерина вела трансляцию, когда она спрашивала мнение хабаровчан, все было слышно всегда? Так, хабаровчане, мы знаем, что Сергей Иванович знает о вас, не сдавайтесь, ваша поддержка для него много значит. Да, все верно. Вся Украина с вами, спасибо Украине, мы знаем, Беларусь нас поддерживает. Завтра мировое кормление голубей. Нет, на выходные обещают хорошую погоду. Кристина, вы только внезапно не пропадайте, это волнительно очень. Да, все, настроила эфир. Простите, были неполадки. Да, все было слышно. Хорошо, я разберусь. Надо предположить, провести флешмоб по всей России в поддержку Сергея Ивановича. В определенный день, в определенный час. У Кати было слышно хорошо. Если микрофон тот же, то видно, что-то не так делаете. Нет, ну, у меня свой телефон, у нее был свой. Ну, мы разберемся. Завтра я решу эту проблему. До завтра, точнее. Да все слышно, немного тише, чем обычно, не переживайте.
المكانات اللي مع الشباب اللي عم يشتغلوا ما بتكشف الا الانسان.
والشخص اللي فوقه هي الجثه اللي
ما في شيء فوقه، هن
متفرقين يعني كل وحده بمكان
مطرحين صح. بس
هلا كنا
كل الاماكن اللي حددوها فتشنا فيها وما لقينا شيء.
طيب هلا الفريق التشيلي هون مثل كانه عم يستريح من بعد هيك بعض الاشكال اللي حصل، امتى رح يرجع يستجمع ويرجع يفوت على؟
بكونوا عم يعملوا خطه ثانيه ليرجعوا يفوتوا يشتغلوا.
الخطه صارت واضحه من الفريقين، يعني من فريق الدفاع المدني وايضا اوكي شو هي الاستفات بس كرمال نحط المواطنين، يعني هلا وصلتوا لهيدي
هون مكانات ومعدات متطوره بتكشف وين في نبض وين في حراره، هن بيكشفوا بيحددوا اللوكيشن ونحن بالتعاون معهم بنعمل عمليه البحث اللي هي بنشيل الردم ببقى مساحتها مترين مربع وبنشوف اذا بنلاقي شيء.
طيب الدرون اللي كنتوا عم تستعملوها الطياره كيف تقدر تساعدكم بهيدي؟
هيدي ما نحن كنا عم نستعملها.
شكرا لك.
بس لوين ممكن احكي معك بالانجليزي؟ So where are we right now with the rescue operation?
يعني كنا قد استمعنا إلى الدفاع المدني اللي كان متواجد بقلب هيدا المبنى ويعمد على يعني إنزال الركام والردم. مثل ما سمعنا إنه هيدول الشخصين اللي هي الجتي والشخص اللي يفترض على قيد الحياة هن موجودين بنقطتين متفرقتين وليس فوق بعضهم. من المتوقع أن تستمر هيدي العملية لساعات الليل على الرغم من أنه ما بقى في كتير مسافة بتعيق. يعني خلص وصلوا مثل ما عم ينقال أنه لا طريق مسدود، وصلوا لنقطة معينة ما بقى في شيء وراها. يعني لنشوف شو رح يحصل بآخر هذا العملية البحث.
And do you have any idea how long you're going to be working here for? To finish. Do you have an estimation of the number of hours? Can you وصلت لهالنقطة وما لقيت شيء. يعني انت بس هلا عم تكملوا كونكت صح. المبدأ تشوفوا اذا بدك بس النقطة اللي باين على السكانر طلعت فوق. صح. So the police. بس لحظة بقى. So what's your name please? Qasim. Qasim what? Qasim Khan. And you are with Civil Defense. So just to confirm one last time, the place that had the signs of life turned out to be empty. Exactly. There's no bodies even? No. So there's no bodies, nobody alive, nobody dead? Nobody. But you're going to continue the search anyway? Exactly. Why? What are you looking for? Because we didn't finish our search. Not only our search not depend only on the machines, on the detectors. What's the percentage that, of the building that's left to be searched? I can't give you. I don't know.
يعني كما استمعنا أيضا إلى هذا العنصر في الدفاع المدني أكد بأنه بعد البحث ولساعات طويلة لم يتمكنوا من الوصول إلى أي شخص متواجد رغم أنه الأجهزة عم بتشير إلى وجود شخصين. هيدي النقطة اللي كان قد محددها الجهاز بعد ما وصلوا لطريق مسدود لن يتوقفوا عنده، سيكملون عملية البحث والإنقاذ ورفع الأنقاض بطبيعة الحال ليتمكنوا من يعني رصد والتفتيش في كل هذا المبنى. هذا يعني باختصار لخصنا المرحلة التي وصل إليها العمل. وعند سؤالنا عن المدة التي يمكن أن تصل أو نحصل إليها من خلالها على جواب بانتهاء أعمال، أكد بأنه يبدو بأنه ستكون عند ساعات الليل أيضا لليوم الثاني على التوالي.
Or rather chained together, wearing badges saying hostile environment, border force. There were 2 arrests earlier on, and a march came down to join us outside the Home Office, and we heard from the Samba band and we heard from some speakers. I'm going to end the live stream there. I just wanted to broadcast to you that message that we heard from live from a refugee who was deported. A message, a live message over the phone, relayed over the phone into the mic from a migrant who was deported by the Home Office and is now living in Spain. Thank you for joining me. Please share the stream.
не собираются останавливаться. Будут ходить до 9 декабря. Время 9:30. Люди не расходятся. Сегодня на площади очень, кстати, много народу. Много сотрудников. Сотрудников без формы, кстати. Возможно, что сегодня будет задержание перед завтрашним днем. Челябинск. Слышимость, как обычно. Связь МТС. Спасибо, Челябинск. Так, хабаровчане не сдаются. Где-то бегает. А при чем тут Финляндия? И нужно только одно разломить Россию. Тут надо просто всей Россией бастовать. Но вот видите, хабаровчане считают по-другому. 56 дней бастует каждый день только Хабаровск, поэтому они уже не знают, где просить помощи. А почему только до 9 декабря, а не до конца? Ну, пока до 9 декабря, а дальше будет видно. Если, вот как хабаровчане отвечают, если будет дальше продление, то они будут ходить до последнего.
Иди ментов поснимай. Переодетых. Я понял.
Да, наоборот, пятница очень энергичная и живая. Хабаровчане, вы чудо. Видно с вами. Видно, наверное. Уверена, если адвокаты подадут протест на решение суда с аргументацией, Фургала переведут на домашний арест раньше. Надо только не сидеть и ждать. Возможно. Лучше, если весь мир узнает. Видно с вами. Московская область. Спасибо, Наталья. Я не понимаю одного. Россия федерального устройства или тоталитарного. Да вот тут, мне кажется, уже никто не понимает, если честно. Кристина, микрофон настроен под вас. Знаю по себе, не переживайте, все ок. Вы молодец, сил вам и мужества. Передайте хабаровчанам, нас в Москве за митинги, акции штрафуют, винтят.
И вот эти вот желания поцеловать путинский трактор, который Путин прислал лично, это же вообще все. Это все вот самое зло, какое можно представить. И ждать от него, что с ним можно будет о чем-то договориться, за Сергея Ивановича или с нами, это смешно.
Но меня вчера Сергей Иванович порадовал. Молодец. Во-первых, на позитиве.
Он даже...
Да, на позитиве. Во-вторых, он знает, что мы за него. Он говорит о том, что надо с мнением считаться. Ну, прокорол — это что-то, ребята. Это нечто. Это вообще... Твою мать, нехай с этим...
Кто? Что
как он называется?
Перенесли. Перенесли суд. Это фигня началась.
И все остальное получается.
Ребята, а кто-нибудь видел вообще, как вел себя Фургал, как он за зеркалом отправлял всем сердечко, что он всех любит? В общем, это было очень все интересно. В общем, вот она, семейка гаишников, полицейских. Вот так вот она гуляет, фотографирует все. Пускай провоцирует. А я знал, что пятая точка у меня самая красивая.
Маша, Николая Стройцев сегодня не было. Так, обсмотримся. Сегодня не было, и сейчас я не вижу.
Ну, это рабочий класс. Рабочий, крестьянский. Ну, это работяги. Ну, или опять пришли, иди,
Не знаю, я уже поснимал. Они уже маски надели.
Кто?
Они уже маски надели.
Они, ну, это, не те переодеты.
Знаете, одна черная, другая белая. Да. И мужик еще
Прям мужик идем.
Аресты участников протеста прекратить! Аресты участников протеста прекратить! Аресты участников протеста прекратить! Аресты участников протеста!
Здравствуйте. Канал Росньюз. Вы поддержать пришли?
А вы это куда-то будете выкладывать?
Это прямая трансляция.
А вы не имеете права?
Конечно, я СМИ. Я могу освещать события. Если вы не хотите, я могу вас не снимать. Да, конечно. Надо сразу говорить.
Такая типа без правил. Ну, вас сегодня смотрит прямой эфир.
Да.
Что?
Ну, мы как бы находимся, в принципе, в общественном месте, так что
мы
ведем съемку, и мы имеем право снимать и вас, и всех присутствующих здесь.
Вы приходите, не начинаете камеру.
Хорошо. Хорошо.
Вот так же у девушки же, она что снимает, правильно? Ну,
она не будет вас выкладывать никуда.
Откуда мы знаем? Так она внимательно все это фотографирует. Ну просто
Представители
прям,
центра Э?
наверное, решила пойти фотографом.
Спокойной ночи. Мне уже жалко психику.
Открытый суд Самара. Открытый суд Самара.
Как она тебе сказала, красиво, такая типа оп, такая одиноком митинге, я не знаю, что он там делал, что-то его окружили все.
Маша, что с твоим братом штраф платил? Да, он оплатил штраф. Спасибо вам всем, кто помог ему собрать. Спасибо вам огромное, друзья. От всей души благодарю вас за брата.
Что-нибудь про Дудинка вам пишут?
Ну, то, что он это...
Верните нам Фургала! Верните нам Фургала! Верните нам Фургала! Верните нам.
Читаем ваши комментарии. Фургал молодец, сразу видно народный, простой мужик. Как он вел себя в суде, позитивчик, терпение ему и здоровья. Держитесь. Хабаровск с тобой. Вот такие комментарии пишут нам люди. Ты слышал, что она тебе сказала? Ночью сегодня неспокойно спать будешь. Она тебе сказала так. Да, она сфотографировала, говорит, ой, теперь ночью не будет спокойно спать, теперь будет думать, где что-то такое, знаешь. Ну что-то они...
Странные.
Да.
А слушай, ты старайся фотографировать, не снимал.
Можно говорить, ой, спасибо вам огромное. То вообще неделю не сплю, тут хоть, ну, неспокойно, но хоть
Север сфотографировал меня, когда я всю ночь спать не буду. Буду думать, что же происходит.
Кого-то опять арестовали. Да, арестовали Артура Саяпина снова. У него завтра опять суд. Сегодня был суд, его
погоняла
перенесли
черный
назад.
плащ.
Погоняла черный плащ, да, у этого человека. Ему суд перенесли на завтра. Вы можете зайти посмотреть ролик с ним с сегодняшнего дня на нашем канале.
К сожалению, завтра на суд никто не ходит. Они специально сделали так. Машин эфир идет.
Маша, Эшник, который с девушкой сейчас спрашивал... Маша, Эшник, который с девушкой сейчас спрашивал, имеете ли вы право их снимать, задерживал Диму и твоего брата в первый раз. Нет. Они просто все похожи, понимаете? Они как будто на одно лицо подбираются, чтобы их никто не узнал. Но это не он был. Того я точно помню. Того Эшника я точно помню, это точно был не он.
Был в Библии, в древней истории был такой Каин, который убил своего брата Авеля. И потом вот появилось слово Каинова печать, то есть печать человека вот такого отребья. И вот просто вот эти все товарищи, у них вот эта Каинова печать. Поэтому они все похожи чем-то. Чем-то вот так вот, взглядом,
а их сразу же видно.
повадкой. Каинова печать, она вот такая, да. А Бог у него спросил: Каин, где твой брат Авеля? А тот говорит: а я что, сторож брату моему, а брата закопал уже.
Артуру Саяпину перенесли суд, не успели сделать диск. Часа полтора назад позвонила ко мне женщина и сказала, вам попросили передать диск по Артуру. Интересно, что там за диск. А почему именно вам сказали? Позвонила женщина. Вы его родственница? Да, еще хочу напомнить, что КПРФ согласовали митинг, на котором коммунисты требуют отставки Путина. На 11 число они согласовали его. Маша, передай привет Мазин. Наши подписчики передают вам огромный привет. Уже не могут.
Рассказываю тебе другую сказку про белого бычка. Слышишь?
Все про то
это
же?
челябинец, который Гондурас.
Ой, нет, так не надо говорить наших эфирах.
Почему? Гондурас это очень красивое слово.
Ладно.
Очень красивое. Подписчики, я же красиво говорю. Если бы я хотела по-другому сказать, я бы другое слово вам сказала. По-другому. Ну вот. Он взял под белые рученьки Андрюшу. И они пошли, солнцем полимые и ветром обдуваемые, решать половые вопросы, видимо. Почему я водовоз? И оно хочет очень сильно, чтобы Марина была рядом и помогла. Ну, у Марины это, как бы, с головкой Вава, конечно, как мне все говорят, но не до такой степени. Понимаешь, чтоб я на какие-то провокации шла. Ну, я согласна, что мне вопросы задавали, пойду ли я сюда, а что там делать? Ну, что там, блядь, мне делать? Господи, прости, пожалуйста, меня. Я сказала, что если только я пойду туда, то только с какого этажа скинуть. А Фургала посадить туда.
А там песня есть. Наш Мишка банщик, наш Мишка банщик.
Закинуть пару слов,
банщик,
наверное,
банщик,
хотели сказать.
хоть куда.
Позор вообще.
А кто не банщик, а тот не банщик. Тут Дудинка и Дегтярева не никогда.
Мы от него такого не ожидали. Повторите, пожалуйста.
Да, я ему сказала, что ты, если ты хотел что-то сделать, ну ты встань и скажи: люди, вы знаете, я вот хочу вот это сделать. Почему? Потому что, ну да, то есть, вот поддержка, как вот вы к этому относитесь? Меня гнобят раз, второй раз, за мной статья ходит. Что мне сделать? Подскажите, но я хочу здесь быть. Помогите мне. Я хочу вот организовать хор мальчиков-анонистов и попасть туда. Понимаешь?
У нас есть
Или коммунистов.
У нас есть главный лидер, который это все раздает в этом здании. 10 этаж.
Да тут хоть смейся, хоть не смейся, понимаешь? Вот. Конечно, я сама себя поддерживаю. Себя знаешь, как люблю? Хоть там они и пишут про
зрители
меня.
послали спросить, узнать еще одну новость. 1001 ночь с Мариной Шахерезадой. Следующая новость. Какая будет?
У меня есть новость очень хорошая, но я не имею права рот открыть, потому что я человеку дала слово. А новость это будет завтра. И завтра вы ее узнаете.
Вы завтра будете?
Нет, я живу у инвалида. А вам
что за новость?
Вам Фредди все расскажет.
А у вас есть какая-то...
Валентина, завтра ждете?
Для нас у вас есть какая-то новость?
Вот он мне рассказал.
Ждем завтра, уважаемые зрители.
Очень
заходим завтра.
Новость. Ребята,
тут
все будут довольны, новость. Все будут счастливы. То есть, ну, не зря мы здесь, ребята. Как бы там оно ни было, смотрите, увидели вчера все Фургала, да? Ребята, он на позитиве.
У всех сразу улыбки
на лице. У всех улыбки на лице. Он ближе ко мне подходи, фотографируй, не издалека.
У меня длиннофокусный объектив, близко.
Вот такая рожа будет, как жопа, да? Ну ладно, давай тогда фотографируй. Издалека.
Так, Мария, какой канал в желтом жилете в очках? Это Борис Жирнов. В Ютубе так и написано.
Испугала, что у меня такое лицо будет?
Нет, там просто попросили.
Бальзам на душу. А вот вы вчера посмотрели это кино. Ребята. Оно
что за кино?
От которого ты сбежала.
А как оно называется? Может быть, наш
Броненосец Потемкин.
Броненосец
вот оно перекликается именно с событиями, которые были в 5-м году и которые в 20-м году. И у нас потом дискуссия такая была на таком позитиве. И в этот момент Фургал, он на позитиве. Вот эта вот энергия передалась ему однозначно. Согласны со мной? И мы все на таком воодушевлении, мы не могли расстаться. Потом уже время-то много. Я уже говорю: ребята, ну уже давайте. А уже бы до утра там сидели. И лялякали бы, и тополякали. Почему? Потому что вот такой позитив был. Вот такая энергия от нас от всех шла. То есть, и мы на этом фоне все сфотались. Фотография шикарнейшая. Да. Могу даже вам ее показать.
Пополнила альбом ФСБ.
А, ну да, где я с ментами фотографировалась, когда сказали, что я шестерка, восьмерка, десятка. А я всем... Да, я сказала, что это вы зря так, что я шестерка, я вообще восьмерка.
Спасибо огромное.
Да, спасибо. Сказали, что меня так много, что меня все снимают. Все, вот такая вот я неземная космическая. Ну, ребята. Какие? Какие вопросы? Что диванные смотрели?
Должно стреляться в один счет, а потом распределяться на всех районов каждый месяц.
Здравствуйте. Здравствуйте.
Здравствуйте.
Можно задать вам парочку вопросов?
Можно.
Канал Русньюз. Вот смотрите, на первых митингах, в начале митингов, полиция раздавала людям маски, относилась к людям хорошо, достойно, ничего не круша, не ломая, то есть не ломая людей, не забирая их в темницу, так скажем. Почему сейчас, что случилось, почему сейчас такие репрессии, давление на людей?
Ну, мне кажется, что это команда Кремля сверху, что им дали указания, и они стали специально вот по одному искать людей, которые активные участники, и их вылавливать.
А как вы считаете, зачем Кремлю подавлять митинг? Это же ведь люди же ведь выходите, вы зачем? Высказать свое мнение, это ведь законно высказать?
Ну да, люди как бы выходят законно, но получается то, что...
Зачем Кремлю это?
Как сказать?
Как вы считаете?
Ну, потому что они не хотят, наверное, чтобы мы выходили, чтобы мы высказывали свое слово, чтобы не дать нам свободу слова, как говорится.
Уже 56-й сегодня день, и никто до сих пор не вышел. Вы как относитесь к этому? Вам обидно, может, или плевать?
Обидно, что людей мало стало выходить, это заметила в последнее время. Ну, в субботы, получается, как бы людей много выходит, а сейчас с каждым разом становится все меньше людей.
Ну, как считаете, будут митинги продолжаться дальше?
Да, они будут продолжаться, пока Сергей Фургала не вернут в Хабаровск.
Многие люди об этом говорят. Да. А что вы думаете о том, что Сергей Фургалу сначала сняли обвинение, теперь опять обвинение на нем до 9 декабря продлили?
Я сегодня листала ленту Инстаграма, и как раз вот на эту тему. Мне кажется, что это политическое дело, и они специально это делают, чтобы его посадить. Но он стал неугоден для Кремля, то, что он стал помогать народу, поднимать свой край, и, соответственно, они решили его снять. Что очень жаль, конечно, то, что они так делают.
А что вы думаете о ситуации с Навальным?
С
Алексеем Навальным его отравили. Как вы думаете, кому это было выгодно?
Для Кремля, наверное.
А почему?
Ну, они, сколько я слышала, 3 года назад его тоже пытались отравить, и сейчас опять это делают.
Спасибо вам огромное. Большое спасибо.
Нет.
Скажите, пожалуйста, Скажите, скажите, пожалуйста, что написано на другой стороне?
Кто?
Это мы обращаемся к Финляндии, чтобы они помогли Сергею Ивановичу Фургалу нашему.
Да. А что там написано?
Ну, помогите нашему Сергею Ивановичу Фургалу.
Ага. Я просто не знаю.
Финляндии
осталась одна надежда на финнов.
Да. Наша власть нас не слышит. К сожалению, Путин тоже нас не слышит, не реагирует никак. Если вдруг так получится, да, что они оклеветают и вдруг, не дай бог, посадят нашего Сергея Ивановича, я знаю, что мы неадекватные, правда, Марина?
Нет.
Мы пойдем на
крайние
безумные поступки. Мы сами даже не знаем, на что мы способны. Но мы способны на очень страшные поступки.
Не пересадят.
Я
И
подтверждаю.
очень сильно пожалеет наша власть. В первую очередь голосуйте, пожалуйста, выходите все на голосование. Идите голосовать. Голосуйте против Единой России, против ЛДПР. Голосуйте хоть за кого угодно, только не за них. А самое главное, голосуйте.
А самое главное, за Фургала голосуйте.
Как сказал сотрудник милиции в фильме «Бриллиантовая рука», к сожалению, не каждый человек знает, на что он реально способен.
Да,
но хабаровчане уже подошли и перешли эту черту.
Да.
Вы сделали из нашего города национальный город, город свободы и национальных лидеров, которых у нас пока не хватало. А те, что присылали, оказались поганенькие, дешевенькие, все гибисты.
Мы посмотрели, что вчера они продлили же ему, получается, не выпускают, не под домашний арест. Мы знаем, что Сергей Иванович не виновен, что это политический заказ. Поэтому мы будем до последнего его отстаивать. Мы не согласны ни с одним их решением. Отпускайте нам Сергея Ивановича, иначе мы способны на очень нехорошие поступки.
Даже
Это вызов Москве, это вызов Кремлю и Путину, скажем так. Вот.
Спасите наших активистов.
Спасибо вам огромное.
Спасибо большое.
Идите, голосуйте все, не сидите дома, обязательно голосуйте.
И люди призывают голосовать, идти на голосование, голосовать 13 сентября.
Да.
Так, ну Луця молодец.
13 сентября у нас будут выборы в стране. В Хабаровске не будет губернаторских выборов, будет только депутатские. Так вот произошло. Мы снова напоминаем вам про умное голосование. Лучший ответ на обнуление. Регистрируйтесь уже сейчас, и вам помогут подобрать лучших кандидатов. За кого можно было бы проголосовать. Регистрируйтесь обязательно.
Говорят, мой эфир у тебя почему-то не видят мой эфир.
Мой? У меня идет на канале Русньюз.
Канал Русньюз, вот, кто не видит, может, вот идет.
А мы тебя здесь ждем.
Да.
Пока. Может, я часы, что проводим?
Мне завершить нужно будет.
Ну все, пока.
До свидания.
А ты же воду брала, да?
Да,
Ты пила?
я уже выпила.
Где вода? Я не знаю.
А вот и 56-й день протестов в Хабаровске подошел к концу. Люди начинают расходиться.
Уже убежали. Там мы туда шли, там сидели по 10. Они так играли семейную пару, даже 100 детей вообще на голову.
Ну где же они?
Никого никого не схватили?
Давай сейчас периметр площади посмотрим.
Нужно посмотреть. На телефон Олега, да, вчера снималась фотографии последние? Какой воды? Кто вчера делал последние фотографии, когда мы были? Я не знаю, я уехала до фильма, до начала точно. Раньше уехала. У Марины спросить, она точно спросит. Нет, у нее нет.
Если у вас есть какие-то вопросы, задавайте. Маша, где Людмила? Я повторяюсь еще раз, что нам позавчера сказали, что ее задержали, но это дезинформация. Никто этого не подтвердил. Это не подтвердилось, все. Это дезинформация. С ней все хорошо.
Ну, вчера также, да. Ну, вчера также снимал, также ходил. Аудиозапись. Поехать? Ну, ладно, давай. А что, Марина, все-таки не знает? Ну, не отменялись никто телефон. Не знаю. У вас одно из нас сильно я была уверена. Я так разговаривала, нет, телефон Марины нет, потому что проскочили вас. Может быть, он здесь будет потом. У него работает, когда мы сказали, едет, встречается, снимается, будет встречать, это не знаю.
А нет номера нет? Ну, ладно, это как-то, да, до свидания.
Маша, пошел слух, ты ждешь ребенка. Уважаемые зрители, не верьте слухам. Никогда не верьте слухам. Так. Где посмотреть фильм, о котором упомянула Марина? Я не помню, как он называется. Вы можете промотать немножечко назад, посмотреть название фильма. Я думаю, в интернете вы можете найти в любом виде этот фильм. Он очень старый, говорят, и с субтитрами там сначала не так хочется его смотреть, но потом, говорят, он втягивает и очень похож на ситуацию с Хабаровском. Вот люди нам сейчас сказали. Так, Магомед отправлялся свои обратно, да. До меня дошла такая информация. Еле нашла трансу, хотя подписано не мне. Нам почему-то тоже люди говорили, что нашу трансу не видно. Может быть, это делают для того, чтобы нас опять же как-то подцепить, зацепить. Поэтому, уважаемые зрители, проверяйте свои подписки на нас и проверяйте колокольчики, ставьте колокольчики, чтобы вы всегда знали, когда мы выходим в прямой эфир. Чтобы люди, которые хотят нас убрать отсюда, не смогли этого сделать, не смогли сбить вас с толку. Хочу поблагодарить вас за то, что смотрели нас сегодня. Спасибо вам огромное, что были со мной, были с нами, остаетесь всегда с Русньюз. Спасибо вам огромное за вашу поддержку, за вашу помощь нашему каналу от всего сердца. Спасибо вам огромное. Если бы не вы, нас бы не было на самом деле. Благодаря вам наш канал живет. Спасибо вам огромное. Еще попрошу, как всегда, Попрошу вас распространять наши видео везде, где только можно, чтобы люди знали, чтобы люди видели эту правду, что сейчас на самом деле происходит в Хабаровске, что здесь ничего не тихо, здесь проходят митинги уже 56-й день. Чтобы люди знали, что здесь репрессируют людей, беспредел, здесь полный беспредел происходит. Люди должны об этом знать. Пожалуйста, распространяйте наши видео, чтобы как можно больше людей об этом узнало. Спасибо вам огромное за помощь, за поддержку. Еще раз. Всем до свидания. Всех жду завтра.
В общем, ребят, очень рад, что вы сегодня смотрели наш эфир. Ждем вас завтра, наверное, с 11:30 примерно, потому что начинается сейчас 12 часов кормление голубей. Так что площадь опустела. Сегодня немного пораньше. Что еще вам сказать? Желаю вам всего самого наилучшего. Фургал Сергей Иванович передал всем любви, что он всех любит, знает, что мы его поддерживаем. Так что увидимся с вами завтра. Слушайте также, что у меня есть Инстаграм, где не все попадает на Сотовижн. Продиктую вам. Там все выложено про Ростислава, про Андрея, что творится в суде, что творится в участках полиции. Вообще на улице, когда там могут кого-то задержать. Прописывается так: ДВ, нижнее подчеркивание, News 27. Сейчас я вам покажу, как это больше выглядит. Так, я думаю, не все ушли, чтобы в комментарии не прошло. Я сделаю так. В общем, вот так, ребят, сейчас, секундочку. Кому видно. В общем, вот так. Это находится в Инстаграме. Там вся информация о Ростиславе. Это Инстаграм. Так что в Инстаграме вводите, и там все появляется. Там Ростислав, Андрей. По-моему, должны были быть эфиры еще с Фредди, но не точно, потому что очень столько видео выкладывали. В общем, там много чего интересного. Посмотрите. И там есть шапка на YouTube. Так что еще раз покажу. Можете скринуть. Вот так вот. ДВ News 27. В общем, вот так. Так, сейчас посмотрю, что вы еще написали. Вера, Милешка, спасибо вам большое, что смотрели нас. Всегда готовы показывать вам горячие новости. Любовь, тоже спасибо вам большое. Нет, инкогнито, новый ведущий. Я не новый ведущий, просто вы может, не всегда попадаете на Катю. Поэтому я уже давно. Так, спасибо большое. Ой, так, Татьяна, пожалуйста. Всегда готова вам показать только лучшие эфиры. Ростислава арестовали за то, что он просто раздавал воду и выдавал маски людям. Вот так вот. Вот такая вот справедливый суд. Вот водички дашь, а тебя уже посадили. Вот так вот. Так что никому не давайте воду, а то арестуют. Скажут: а вот оно что, вы подошли на шествие дать водичку, значит, вы участвовали. Вот. Так что всем спокойной ночи, всем до завтра. Так что...
И бях задържан от полицията.
Какво се изживяваше този опит така да се стигне?
Аз, понеже изгубих от поглед Георги Георгиев, който е председател, който с него беше документен, с който заявлението за влизане като наблюдатели. И в суматохата нещо около мене стана сблъсък, силно казано, между граждани и полиция. И в този момент, при този сблъсък между хората, попаднах зад заграждението на
Как беше извлечен ли? Как
Не
попадна?
бях извлечен. Аз даже по-скоро случайно при самото бутане минах някакси между полицаите. В един момент се оказах зад първата линия от полицаите.
Важно е да уточним, че още на 29-ти, който внесохме официално заявление до Народното събрание, да бъдем ситуирани като наблюдатели и допуснати физически вътре да присъстваме на заседанието на Народното събрание. Получихме отговор и нашето заявление беше регистрирано и входирано в Народното събрание. За това с пристигането ни ние влязохме, двамата с Венелин, като представители на движението да присъстваме вътре. Документа, нашето заявление, заедно с регистрацията на Народното събрание, което официално получихме от тях, бяха в мен. Аз бях допуснат, Вени след мен беше задържан точно в този момент, в който ние минахме.
Разбирам.
Ние минахме, т.е. не само, че той не е извършил нарушение, а неговото право да присъства вътре като наблюдател беше нарушено.
Да, разбирам. Добре, разбрах. Сега само две думи. Какво беше отношението към теб вътре?
Аз бях в първа район, бях от първите задържани, още нямаше нормално отношение, нямаше някакви насилия или нещо такова.
Разбрах, че няма акт.
Взема административно наказание, имам акт.
Само акт за покой?
За възпрепятстване, члена не мога да ви го цитирам точно в момента. Възпрепятстване на полицейските органи да извършат своите действия, с което не съм съгласен. Първо, не съм предупреден устно по никакъв начин. Второ, не съм възпрепятствал никой от органите.
Ти беше възпрепятстван.
Аз бях възпрепятстван да стигна до парламента, но това ще го
много хора са били възпрепятствани да стигнат до парламента. По-важно е само и последен въпрос. Сега, блъскал ли си, ритал ли си полицаи?
В такъв случай ритана агресия, в момента, в който
не си влизал в личен физически сблъсък с полицаи?
Ние сме на първа линия, нормално, ние сме бутаните. Не отстъпваме назад, но ние не сме агресивни, нямаме за цел да влизаме в преки конфликти, да нараняваме и нещо такова.
Разбрах. Добре, благодаря. Сега тук при нас е още един човек, който същия ден много
Момент сме тук, ще останем още малко. След това следете страницата и сайта. Ще качим сигнала в електронен вид, така че всички граждани, дори тези, които дойдоха, това са хиляди от провинцията и които желаят да подадат своите сигнали за закононарушенията, извършени от МВР, могат да се изтеглят сигнала, да го попълнат от свое име и да го внесат във всяка една от прокуратурите в страната. Следете, ще обявим и следващите си действия и акции. Битката продължава, ще сменим тактиката, но до победата. Оставка на Борисов, оставка на Гешев, оставка на Цацаров и Кошлуков. Първата цел без компромиси и без отстъпления. Знаем, че ги е страх от нас, знаем, че сега те са на колене пред гражданите, въпреки демонстрацията на сила, тези хиляди жандармеристи и полицаи, които извадиха срещу гражданите. А всяка власт, хора, знайте и осъзнайте, всяка власт, която се крие зад щитовете и палките на полицията, е обречена. Тази власт вече е приключена. Това, което те се опитват да си осигурят още малко време, за да могат да продължат грабежи, да прикрият своите престъпления, да прикрият следите на своите престъпления. И това няма как да се случи. Стотици са сигналите внесени и от Боец, и от Биво, и от други организации, както българските, така и в международните институции. Така че ще ги гоним до дупка.
of, and the original was 34 billion, that the figures were being manipulated. He thought about writing his own report. He was so disgusted. Quite recently, £9 million was just written off in the accounting of this project. 9 billion, thank you. This is the biggest, corrections, very welcome, thank you. This is the biggest deforestation since World War I, damaging or destroying over 100 ancient woodlands and 700 sites of scientific interest, risking the aquifers that provide London's water, destroying and damaging chalk rivers of the Chilterns that are precious and unique, favouring the economy of London at a time when we desperately need to localise our economic system. It's an aviation service for those who can afford elevated and frankly, subsidised fares. It's not to get people off the roads, it's to get more people into aeroplanes. Boris celebrated it for how you could get faster to Birmingham Airport than Heathrow in a taxi. So it's just basically the displacement of Heathrow's third runway. And there's already been of order 500 million, correct, yeah, right, of so-called investment into Birmingham Airport off the back of this project. I was so incensed and outraged at this crime, both against nature and against humanity, because what happens here, the destruction of our Amazon, has repercussions across the world for the amount of carbon emissions that it is and will create. And so I took my own action at the Department for Transport, which was breaking one pane of glass in the spirit and tradition of both the Chartists and the suffragettes, an action that could see me jailed for up to a year. I'm in court at the end of October unless it gets budged on. And I did that because I want my days in court to say that this is one window pane compared to a department that is responsible for the deaths of thousands in this country of air pollution. They've been found guilty 3 times, the British government, for breaking air pollution rules. And it should really be renamed the DFT, the Department for Trashing the Net Zero target, because there's no way we're going to meet the Net Zero target of 2050, which obviously is a nonsense target anyway. This project is going to be many, many decades before it's so-called net zero. Wanting to really honour and also represent Ecocide's law today. Thank you, Ecocide folks there, for showing up. Jojo Mater was due to speak and couldn't for family reasons. Really still grieving the loss of our Polly Higgins as well. This project is the kind of project that would be tried under an international law of ecocide for the damage and mass destruction that it would be creating with no reasonable justification. The hubris of the corrupt domination paradigm we live in says that we can just keep taking and destroying without impact. It's a nonsense and we all know it, and we all can contribute to the resistance to this project. And I know that after the speeches, we'll be going to visit other HS2 protectors in Euston Square. Euston Gardens. So my gratitude to those on the front line. I know that camps can be hard places to be. And I really ask you to take care of yourselves. And I don't need to be a patronising adult, grown-up, whatever, older person, but especially young folks, please be mindful of burnout, some of the energies that goes off around camps. It really needs some self-compassion and self-care to keep the resilience and the togetherness. And I really wish everybody who's suffered trauma on those camps at the hands of the abuse and violence from the privately hired security of HS2. I mean, what shame on that project for doing that to our protectors. Really wishing you recovery from the traumas that you've endured at their hands. And I really send the biggest prayers for protection for our protectors. A person's rope was cut and they've fallen great height, and that's happened before in other forest protection camps. At Hambacker Forest, it led to the death of a protector. You know, people are really putting their lives on the line here. I want to thank and honour the beauty of the activists that brought a felled tree trunk outside one of the departments responsible for this activity, and thank them for this lock-on to a tree which was utterly beautiful. Thank you. So I'd just like to take a moment's silence to mourn for what we're losing, and for all of us, in whatever way we can, to recommitting to protecting life on Earth. Thank you. So there's many attacks on our democracy. I mean, could you imagine that speaking outside what's supposed to be the mother of all parliaments could in some way be an act that should be criminalised? I mean, what madness. Of course not. We must stand here and talk about the things that we care about. And so why don't you actually? Okay. So I'm handing back to Elizabeth.
Thank you, Gail. And as Gail spoke of our incredible tree protectors, we have camps all up the HS2 line, from Euston, which is our latest one, all the way up to Crackley Woods in Warwickshire, with more forming all the time. And if I can invite one of the most inspirational young people I've met in a long time, and one of our very valiant tree protectors, Jenny Tots.
Hi, I'm Jenny Tots, and I'm absolutely terrified. I did write down a few things to say, but I think I'm a bit too nervous to say most of it. I've been involved in this campaign for the last year. I've been involved in this for about a year, which has been a mixture of full-time occupations, which we're just talking about the camps we have, which is basically just setting up camps, living and existing in the way of HS2, as well as actions, outreach and rallies like this, which I've never spoken at. Thank you. I'm a lot more comfortable running around fields being chased by bailiffs and police and climbing on things than I am speaking in front of people. But I think I do want to just mention how effective what we've been doing is on a day-to-day basis, even just existing in the way. We have had an incredible impact. We have on some occasions, just by being in the Harbour Road area, we have delayed work by up to 12 months in some areas. As Gail was saying, sometimes it is hard on camps. For example, over winter, we sometimes got down to having maybe 3 or 4 people on site, so it is nice to know that now there are this many people that can come and help. I did want to mention that the only way that this scheme is allowed to go ahead is not because people want it. It's not because it's this wonderful railway that's actually going to help anybody. If it was, there would be people lining up, waiting, wanting to be a part of this. The reason why this is able to go ahead is because people are struggling to survive. People have children to feed. Everybody stood on a gate. Everybody doing the work. They have no other choice. I was speaking to somebody guarding a gate the other day. He said the only reason why he was there, why he got that job, was because his children started asking when they were next going to be able to eat. I've spoken to, in my year of doing this, a lot of people doing security, doing the work, and I'd say about 99% of them working for this project either don't want it or have no idea what it's about. Which just proves that they're fully aware that it's not going to help them. Their children won't be able to afford it. They know that it's bad, but what other choice do they have? They have bills to pay, they have children to feed, they have loved ones to take care of. And that is why this project is able to go ahead as it is. I'm going to stop in a minute, but I suppose I just wanted to say that HS2 and the government have applied to send me to prison in 2 weeks for actions against HS2, specifically alleged breaches of injunctions which they have got more and more of recently, which are basically there to prevent lawful protest. They are there to essentially make trespass illegal, to stop us being able to witness what they're doing, to stop us being able to film, to be able to witness potential wildlife crimes they're committing, and call the police and report those things. I think that might be about it.
We love you! We love you!
Everybody on the front lines of the climate emergency, because the HS2 campaign really is the front line of the fight against ecocide in the UK, and everybody protecting the camps does an incredible job. And one of the things that incenses me about this project is it was conceived of so long ago, and everything has changed since then. We have a declaration of climate emergency, we've had a pandemic, and here to talk about HS2 in a post-pandemic climate is Rupert Reed. Please welcome him to...
Thank you. And before I start, let's have another word of thanks for the amazing Jelly Tot. We love you! 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 What a damn hero. You too can be like him.
Jarni amadan de seti dulu tangkap dewan ada danukot itu gargara kan jirtu ada dabasu Islam Kristana jedani Islam kan kali Kristani nyati jedani serat warra tumekana warra danubat mutgaru mati to kokesa Islam amna Kristana amna Orthodox amna Oromon amanti wan abehi beku wadin abu abadan enyu kan ada danubasu ammas kan jedhan addunyaatti mul'isaa jirra nuti tokko wal jaalanna oromummaa keenya tokko nu godhe amma boruutti amantii keenya kan dhuunfaa godhannee oromummaa keenya yoomiyyuu waliin duuna oromummaatu hundumaa dura oromoo ta'anii dhalannee oromummaa keenya hin duuna waliin duuna kunoo kanneen jedhu.
Tolteen isin biyya uummataa fi uummata biyya jiru uummata biyya kana jiru hundumaafuu walitti qabaatu kenna. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وعلى آله وصحبه ومن والاه وبعد.
garaagarummaan gara amantii Oromoon akka duraa hin qabne ammaa miti bara amma durarraa beekamaadha. Amantii garaagaraa qabaachuun keenya beekamaa. Nuti Oromoo lamaan amantii garaagaraa qabuu miti. Sabni biraa amantii biraa qabu nagayaan Oromiyaa keessa akka jiraatu namu haaluu hin danda'u. Ammallee akkasuma. Waan amma deemu immoo ajandaa warri bilisummaa ofiif tumatee oofaa jiru. Karaa hedduu yaalanii itti milkaa'uu dhabnaan gara amantiitti as deebisanii karaa kanaan addunyaan dura nuu kenniti jechuu yaadaniti garuu itti milkootan jennaani karaa kanaan duula kaasanii imaamman ajjeesanii qeessota ajjeesanii masda diiganii masda gubanii cheelchii gubanii gare mabiraatiif duubatti qopheessantu jira kawan kana mormitee wanni kun amantaan nutti as deemti jedhee akka amantaa ta'ee lolli koo barbaadanii akka sana immoo itti milkootan jennaani ummanni keenya bilchaatee jira yeroo tana bira dabranii jiranii amantiin addaan qoodu yeroo tana waan hin danda'amneef irraa akka dhaabatan isaanuu gorsina. Kabira ummanni keenya warri amantii tamuu qabu. Kabira hawaasni keenya kabiyya jiru waan kana hubatee osoma isaan gara amantiitti nu fuudhaa jiran gama Oromoon lama wal dhawutti keessaan fuudhaa jiran hundi afaan takkaan ijjannoo takkaan kana wajjeessaa jiranii Oromoo ta'uu keenya qofaa fi kun ajandaa nurratti nu kuffisuuf jecha godhame jedhanii akka isaan fedhan sanitti isaan jala jallatuu dhabanii gara amantiitti deebisuu dhabanii Oromoo ta'uu qofaaf akka dhaabatan yoo mirga Oromummaa argatan amantiileen achi keessa jiru nama biyya qabutu waaqeffatuu danda'a nama biyya jirutu ibaadaa godhuu danda'a nama biyya jirutu masda qabaachuu biyya qabutu masda qabaachuu danda'a nama biyya qabutu cherchii qabaachuu danda'a lubbuu ifitiifuu nama jiraatetu amantiilee jabeessa. Kanaaf ummanni keenya waan kana hubatee gara isaan dhiiban sanitti deemuu dhabee akka Oromoo ta'uuf xiqqaa osoo hin jenne naannoo osoo hin jenne isaan ajjeesanitti mootummaa kanatti dhaabatee keessaa alaan biyyaa fi warri alaa jiru mootummaa kana ofirraa qolchuu qabaa kan dabarsuu barbaada. Warri biyya alaa jirtan akkuma itti jirrutti qabsoota itti hafuufnu qabsoo dhugaa taate nama dhugaatii fi nama dhugaa hin ta'inillee addaan beeku waliin hedduu garaa laafnaa waan of jecha yeroo hedduu banamna if eeggannaan basaasa fi nama dhugaan qabsaa'ullee keessatti hubachaadha. Namni biyya jirullee eeyyamuu biyya jirtullee sossooma osoo hin ta'in kamtu Oromoof tumsaa jiraa fi kamtu Oromoo irratti tumsaa jira jechuun beekuun nurraa barbaachisa. Kanaaf yeroo hedduu qabsoon teenya qabsoo Yaajuuj fi hojii Yaajuuj fi Maajuuj taate har'a hoggaan wal qixaan geenyee bahuu geenyeef duuba deebiti waan kana eeggatuun qabsoo teenya akka itti fuftu asumaan dhaamsa dabarsuu barbaada. Akka hawaasa Jarmanitti hojiin tun haga waan kana bakkaan geenyetti fufnaa warri biyyallee akkaabileen isin hin cabne qeerroon hojii teessan isin faana jirra isin duuka jirra jechuu osoo hin walii jirra waan takka nu qabatee gabrummaa takkitti harkaa nu qaba waan kana wal taanee akka mormannee harkaa baanu mormatiinsa keenyan alatti wanni tokkos mootummaa kanaaf jalaa wanni nu fuudhan jirtu kanaafuu ulfaadhaa itti fufaa haga dandeenyuun humna walii haa taanu hin jaa ulfaadhaa galatooma.
ada kisah.
Fatna kana duma ako buloni ko ang madubatani yung giddu ang tunjur wa kayo gafa nung bilisan nung me wa kayo mati at dadda kesat mati kayo nabiya wala ni Islam gira Kristan gira kawag at gira kanin mo amanti mo malele gira tuma gira kanapi wa kayo pero basta Kristan at macam ni jadi Yero wa kayo sabang unda kesa ni pas amanti suamu kanapi amanti kan tokon kenyati direni parimamu walini walerati kan namatatu ano buluta amanti dadda ka undekatu kani walda gubu fetu islam fakkate walda gubu fetu kani mo kristana fakkate masjida buluta kenya gubu fetu setana hambira hinjiru namni nama ta'e dhalatee amantii filachuu hin danda'a biyya lafaa waaqayyo namaa kennirratti jiraachuuf haqa isaatii ani obboloota biyya jiranuuf namoota biyya jiran obboloota keenyaaf kan hin naamu oromoodhaaf kan hin naamu hin gowwoomina diinatu sin diigaa jira malee nama miti hin gowwoomina ofirraa qoladhaa obboloota keessan ollaa keessan warra amantii biraan qabu ofitti qabaa waliin jiraanna walumaan waaqayyo lafa isaarratti nu uume kanaafi baay'ee warra ala jirruuf tokko taanee kan dubbannu kanaadha obboloota koo wajjinis kan hin dhaabbattu kanaadha obboloonni koo amantii adda addaa gaggeessu iddoo biraa jiraachuu danda'u garuu nuti tokko waaqayyo tokko hidhee nu uume bilisummaa keenya tokkummaan argannaa gaaf tokkos immoo akkuma akka dhaabbanne mootummaa biraattis boonyu waaqayyottis waldaa keenya keessatti masgiidatti waldaatti du'aa kafalti boonyu gaaf tokkos immoo biyya gallee yerootti galateeffannu.
Criminal law. So criminal law, bore you with the law too much, but basically in this country there's a distinction between civil and criminal law. So criminal law is made by Parliament, and basically that means, you know, if you sit in the road you get done for obstruction. If you trespass you get done for aggravated trespass. And Parliament decides, our representative decides what punishment you get for that. The HS2, like many different corporations that want to destroy the earth, don't think that the criminal law is good enough for them. They don't think people should just get fined for blocking the road or fined for aggravated trespass. They want something more. So what they do is they go to the High Court with a truckload of money to buy expensive lawyers, and then they apply for an injunction. And the effect of that injunction is that it makes things like blocking the road, trespassing, things that might not even be criminal, into quite serious matters where people can be put in jail for up to 2 years and have their homes and assets seized. It's an appalling overreach of the democratic system, whereby they've said that what Parliament has given is not good enough for them and they want harsher punishment. And we actually saw earlier on, I believe, one of the brave protectors up here, Jellytop, who has actually been in court for contempt and might be in prison for that, hopefully not going to be, we'll see. Now, I want to talk to you briefly how this has come about. Because the law that allows judges to grant injunctions was made back in 1981. And that law says, Parliament said that judges can make injunctions where it appears just and convenient to do so. Just and convenient. Now, it may not surprise you to learn that our judges and our legal system, imbued with the spirit of capitalism, property rights and environmental destruction, where they found it just and convenient to make injunctions. Have they found it just and convenient to make injunctions to stop water companies pouring shit into our rivers? No, they have not. Have they found it just and convenient to make injunctions to stop trees being destroyed, to stop litter being poured into our countryside, or to stop the catastrophic climate change that we know may well destroy our civilization this century? No, they have not found it just and convenient. Surprisingly, they found it just and convenient to make injunctions to prohibit environmental protest, to punish it harshly, and to affirm property rights and the rights of companies to destroy nature. Funny that, isn't it? I and a number of other radical lawyers I know, so in Lawyers for XR and Lawyers for Nature, we are trying our best to fight this in the courts as best as possible. We had another judgment out today in relation to the HS2 protesters at Denham. Some good parts, quite a lot of it not. You can read about it in The Guardian, it's on the main page at the moment. We're trying our best, but we know we know that this system and the ecocide that we see in schemes like HS2 and more widely with the climate and ecological crisis will not be solved in the courts and through the legal system. And therefore, and you just said thank you to me, I really want to express my thanks to you, all of the HS2 activists who put in so much, pour so much of their lives and energy into opposing this scheme. Because we know ultimately that lawyers can try their best, but this will ultimately be won on the streets and through peaceful direct action and protest. So I salute all of you that do that.
Some of our incredible protectors in the trees, but hang on, I think I can hear a train coming. Can I hear a train coming? Can I hear a train coming? Choo-choo! I think Boris the bank engine is on its way. Uh-oh. Here we go. Oh my God. Okay, Boris the bank engine, the most expensive train you'll ever come across. Boris.
Hello guys, how are you doing? There's obviously some amazing speakers today, and it's lovely to see Elliot here, who I'm sure has told you the things he's experienced. We are coming on a slightly different note. We're going to actually read you a bedtime story. So I'm just sort of making you aware that the mood changed slightly, but it will go back to where it was. I think it's useful to make that transition, so you don't expect this to be deadly serious, because it really won't be. Okay, so we created an action called Boris the Bank Engine. I'm Boris at the front, and you might see behind us we've got the rest of the bank engine, which is behind some of our lovely people up here. You're very welcome to join us later on. And Marion from the Bank Engine has crafted a really lovely bedtime story for children, based on Thomas the Tank Engine and containing some HS2 facts, because it's never too late to laugh at a project that is this ridiculous. So, we're going to read it together. This is Elspeth, everyone. Okay, are you sitting comfortably? Then I'll begin. It was night time. Thomas the Tank Engine and some of his friends were in the shed.
You look upset, Thomas,
said Toby.
What's the matter?
It's just not right what they're doing, Thomas explained. They're chopping down all those trees. Sorry. Can you hear us? Can you hear us? We're going to shout into the microphone. Here we go. Thomas said, it's just not right what they're doing. They're chopping down all these trees on my route. I met a bird today who was so upset. She just had her nest full of eggs ready to hatch, and they chopped down the tree.
It's true.
Added Addy.
People in the village are saying the aquifer is polluted because they're drilling and they can't drink the water anymore. But they don't realise, because the company doing it have spent a quarter of a million on an education programme for schools about why the works are important.
Toby was horrified. Why would they do such a thing?
Haven't you heard?
Said Percy.
It's all for the new fast line. Boris, the fat controller, is spending stacked.
That was stacks of money on it.
It was. More than they ever did on ours.
Grunted Gordon. It's not just birds' nests, Thomas mourned. So many animals live in those woods. Bats, badgers, butterflies. The trees make the air cleaner too.
Which is kind of important, because Boris still insists on us running off coal.
That was running off coal. Grumbled Gordon.
It can't go on. It's got to stop, spluttered James.
But how's that going to happen? When humans try to stop it, they just get arrested.
Daisy objected. Well, it can't go on. It's got to stop, spluttered James.
That's right! That's what we'll do. I'm in.
Came from across the shed. So, next morning, Thomas's driver came to get him.
Good morning, Thomas.
The driver said.
We've got an important job to do this morning.
I'm staying here. I'm not moving. Thomas said. Keep it going, everyone. Stay calm. They can't shut down a bedtime story. We'll keep it going. So, don't be daft, Thomas, said his driver, amazed. You've got to get to work.
Give us a break!
So they're just trying to shut down the anti-HS2 protests. Obviously the government doesn't want us speaking ill of it. So they're stopping children's story from happening.
Shame on you! 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 Next morning.
Bilisumman jawa ke san jirin ta wala litore ole ichi sigurba wala litore ole ichi sigurba.
Yes, yeah, got that. Couldn't hear what
I think so, yeah. I don't know why unfortunately. Sorry about that.
Shame on you!
those just joining, you know, this is Extinction Rebellion. We are here in London. And, well, actually, we have a beautiful tree protector here.
Freedom of speech! 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 Freedom of speech!
Who's been at the camps? Tree protector!
You tree protector!
Who's been at the camps? Who's been at the camps? Saving our woodlands!
Saving our woodlands. So for those just joining, my battery is almost flat, so we might go over. But we have the camp over there.
Wow, this is really scary.
Come all the way up here, and you can't get one amplified thing, and in that place, they can crap every day. No, that can't work.
Yeah, why do they keep taking away the speakers?
Well, what guys say next time you get the speaker up there, let them climb up there. Just get a ladder and let them climb up there to around. Using the brain, man, using the brain to around.
All over the world. Why do you think today?
I'm angry because what guys do is put a speaker here. Next time we'll come and put a speaker up here by next week Monday, and more times still say what you gotta say. You understand what I'm saying?
We need to make sure that we can
get that speaker up in the street. Get your remote microphone more times there and just talk. You talk. Use your brain, my friend. Because somebody asked me to speak. Because people know me can speak more times still. But I not
Can you hear me now? Yes! Okay, thanks. So, not only has Athena just learned to climb, to tie the knots, to deal with height, she's also now just stepping up to speak in public for the first time. So these earth protectors, these frontline earth protectors on the front line of the HS2 battle against the ecocide, we're all stepping up in service. Despite what we'd rather be quietly at home, we're all called to be on the front line at this time. There's something solidarity with those on the front line around the world, our brothers and sisters around the world of this eco-crime that is happening in front of us, the climate and ecological emergency. So each of us has our part to play in this. If together we will stop HS2. So HS2 is going to stop. It's a completely unviable scheme. There's no way in the unfolding of the climate and ecological emergency that over the next few years we'll continue to think it's a good idea to plough billions, 230 billion in climbing into accelerating the climate and ecological emergency. There's no way that's going to happen. At some point, the difficult decision to stop this scheme will be made. The question is, how many homes, thousands of homes are under threat? How many woodlands, how many precious species will die and be destroyed before that decision is made? And the answer to that question is up to you. Each one of us can decide how long it will be. The more each of us step up, the sooner we can bring that date forward. We can bring that date forward to this year if enough of us step up on the next few days, weeks and months. Are you with us? I'm really glad about that. That is brilliant news. So, together we're going to stop it this year.
Ethiopia must stop! Ethiopia must stop! Killing innocent people! We need justice!
And then we move quickly to the purpose of our today program. If that will be done quickly by Pastor Leroy Swen, the chairperson of the Team EG, Team Emmanuel Gogwa, McGill County.
In Jesus' name. Amen. The Bible declares that at the mention of the name Jesus, all other names must bow. And all other tongues must confess him. In Jesus' name. We gather here this afternoon to witness
Stop! Stop! Killing! Arresting! Torturing! Oromo people! We must stop! Killing! Torturing! Arresting! Oromo women! We must go! No way! Stop! Supporting! We demand justice. We demand freedom. No justice. No peace. We demand justice. No justice. No peace. No justice. No peace. Carro.
daawwattoota keenya amma bakkee nuti jirru ofiisa bakka Haajaa Alaa ministeera Haajaa Alaa jirra. Bakki kunis qeerroleen Norway Oslo qubatan akkasumas naannoo Oslo qubatan sa'a 48tiif naannoo kana nyaataa fi dhugaatii malee dabarsanii turanii as turanii har'a guyyaa har'a immoo hawaasni naannoo kana jiru baheetiin ijoollee kanas akka galanii fi ammoo waan warri Haajaa Alaa jedhanis waan ergaa galaafannus waan jiruuf isanis akkasumas isin garsiifna waan isaan jedhanis isinuu dhagaysifna akka hordoftan isin jenna. Bakki nuti amma jirru bakka ofiisa Haajaa Alaati.
No justice! 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 Kita gisi masagalake. Miti! Arre! 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 Ini semua sini dua turega.
Dini Haacaaluu Hundeessaa jibeensa fakkii nafu amma gumaa baafatu amma qabsaa yoo ta'uu fi mana hidhaa yaafatu Oromoo manatti galee rafuu kuni biyyaa boonsaaf Oromoo manatti galee rafuu kuni biyyaa.
Down the centre of this country. Because with the great speed comes great distance between the tracks.
We can fail further and commit and show you today that with you, we are going to defeat evil. Fellow Magiri will defeat hardship and protect the homeless. With Emmanuel Gonga being our senator, our country will continue to be the indispensable transformations country in Liberia. To our allies, our supporters like you, who are taking a song, you need change, and the change is here. To our friend in progress, listen to me closely. Magiri will not abandon you. And to our opposition, we will pursue you and we will defeat you. Ladies and gentlemen, my fellow Magirians, this is the movement. This is the opportunity. We will seize this opportunity to make Honorable Emmanuel Gonga the next senator of Liberia. Mr. President of the Economic Freedom Fighter, the Commander-in-Chief of the Economic Freedom Fighter of Liberia, Fighters of Liberia, based on their platform for women, youth, and the country in general. We, the below Leicester 30 women organization, officially endorse your candidacy for the Senate in the pending December 8 elections. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow citizens of Magiri County, we are once again at a critical point in our country. History will judge us depending on the decisions we are about to make. With much ado, fellow Magirians, today we have the opportunity to have one of our kind who are going through the rain and fire, who takes the suffering, a young man who is waiting to waive, I repeat and repeat, to waive all of his salary and job benefit for Magiri.
At the height of lockdown, that said coronavirus will have no long-term effect on the need to travel in the future. And that's just a great example of the complete non-entity morons that we've got running this country. Now, what we have seen over the last few months is all of a sudden people are realising, what? I don't have to commute, I don't have to waste 3 hours of my day, every day of my life, on this soul-wrenching, abysmal experience that just look around you. We've been in London all day. Some of us have been in London all week. And you haven't seen many people around, have you?
Yeah.
Boris Johnson has been saying, get back to the office. And everyone else has been saying, is that right? I can work on my kitchen table, thank you, sunshine.
Hey!
Carbon footprint of 0. Don't build HS2, what's your alternative? We've got to build more roads. No, you haven't. It's not about trains versus buses versus cars versus planes. It's about travelling with a carbon out impact and against not travelling, against not creating the mess and continuing to create the mess that the world is in. And we have seen over the last 6 months that the technological solutions are there. And you know what? Most people love it.
Yeah!
I was in the BBC studios earlier, and there were about 4 or 5 people in there. I said, how many are here normally? About 50. When they're coming back to work? Well, they're meant to be already. Do they want to? No!
Hey!
Say don't. Because if you can do your work at your kitchen table or on your sofa or in your bedroom, why are you gonna spend 3 hours travelling to an office and paying for the privilege?
Yes.
And it's not just that, it's a business imperative. The businesses will see, hang on, we can save money here. And one of the things that people have complained about in the last 10 years is call centre jobs. Great example. They've gone abroad. Why have they gone abroad? Because it's cheaper to have
Yes, we've got 2 glued on here, or plan to be glued on. Effectively, let's zero in.
Came together and did a report last year. They said, well, there are almost 700 wildlife sites impacted, over 100 ancient woodlands, 33 SSIs, and sites of globally international significance. And HS2 came back and said, spread out, has to spread out.
On the ground for social distancing, please. Social distance. Then they got one less reason.
Be a bit closer. I don't think that much.
So help us take up more space, which is awesome.
Yeah.
As much space as possible. Right.
There is a march happening now. Please follow Forest the
Almost there. But this is the thing that I think most people here are interested in. Okay. All right. There's another housekeeping thing for later. Yeah, almost 700 habitats. Over 33 SSIs, over 100 ancient woodlands. HS2 Limited came back and told the Woodland Trust, and told the Wildlife Trust, and told the RSPB and all those other organisations that they were wrong and misleading.
Yeah.
Like, Wildlife Trust, what do you know about nature? That's the level of arrogance that you see with this organisation. And just finally, on the carbon impact, on the idea that HS2 is supposedly this.
Extinction! 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 HST has blood on their hands! HST blood on their hands! HST blood on their hands! HST's got blood on their hands! HST's got blood on their hands! HST's got blood on their hands! Stop climate genocide! Stop climate genocide! HST is ecocide! HST is ecocide! Stop climate genocide!
So, some interesting pictures going on here. I've just found a little quiet space around outside Parliament Square just to talk through what's going on here. But these are rebels outside the Department of Transport. We've just got word that's where they are. This ties in with the Stop HS2 speeches that are going on today in Parliament Square, because the Department of Transport are directly responsible for giving the go-ahead to this high-speed network to health and climate and ecological disaster. You can see the Red Rebels there. I absolutely love the Red Rebels. They just send this really powerful, symbolic message of love and solidarity, and they don't even need to open their mouth. This is all about climate justice. So HS2, just to give you a bit of more background on it, is costing the taxpayer at least £106 billion. That you and I have all contributed towards this, just so a few privileged people can get from Birmingham to London a little bit quicker. Oh, we've got actual media there. That's interesting. So part of the campaigns that Extinction Rebellion have been doing across the country this week have been targeting media institutions, like in Cardiff, you saw in the roundup video earlier. They targeted the BBC, calling them out for not putting the climate and ecological crisis at the top of their agenda and not reporting on the work of Extinction Rebellion and other climate activists. So it's good to actually see some media there, but they're probably only there because this is quite a spicy, arrestable action. Blood seems to have been poured all over the entrance and the foyer for the Department for Transport, the government building in Westminster. I can tell you with utmost certainty that it's not real blood, and it's biodegradable. It'll be made from organic materials, I imagine, that are washable and cause no harm to the environment, just in case you were worried. So that's what happened earlier. So if you saw in Parliament Square, if you were watching, where the police stormed
the stage and confiscated the microphone, party people, eradicating our rights to freedom of speech, and then immediately took the loud hailer. Suddenly they all just disappeared, and this must be, they got a call to go to the Department of Transport, which is about a 15-minute walk round the corner. You can see more police vans are just leaving Parliament Square now, so hopefully they'll leave the stop HS2 protesters alone. Here, as they're all concentrated on the Department for Transport. Looks like a crime scene. I mean, it is a crime scene. HS2 is a crime. Of course, there will be people who say, there will always be critics that say, oh, Extinction Rebellion rebels are vandals, it's illegal, they're criminals, they should be locked up. And people said that about an action that they did at the Home Office, where they dug up the soil. I don't know if you remember that. There's a bit of lawn, a monocultured lawn outside the front of the Home Office, which was dug up. And they were slammed for being vandals, but they were making a very specific point that the actual vandals are the government by allowing profit to be prioritized over people and the planet. And that's the problem with HS2. It appears that the government are in cahoots with these construction workers. It's getting very noisy there now. You can see very creative slogans sprayed on the side of the Department for Transport there. So as I was saying about vandalism, yes, of course, there will be critics that say Extinction Rebellion, people who are taking part in this action are just criminals and are vandals, but they are really pointing out that the real vandals are the government ministers who are allowing this kind of ecocide to happen. What's going to cause more damage on a grand scale? Washable fake blood on a government department to call them out, or spending £106 billion of taxpayers' money on a rail system that we neither need, we neither want. The scientific interest will not be carbon neutral by HS2's own admission for 125 years, its entire lifespan. These trees we need because they are our carbon capture technology, which the government have been relying on to get us out of this mess. Carbon capture technology does not really exist yet. It's not in a form that will be useful, but we've had actual adequate carbon capture technology since the world began. It's trees. Trees capture carbon dioxide, excess carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, and pump out oxygen, mitigating the effects of the global warming effect. So by systematically cutting down woodlands, we are exacerbating the global warming effect. Right, let's go back to the sound at the Department for Transport and hear what's going on there.
HS2 is going to damage over 100. And we are in a climate and ecological emergency, so therefore we do not need any projects which are going to be increasing the carbon emissions, which are going to be affecting our health and the health of the whole world. So this is also a health emergency, and we all know at the moment how fragile we feel under COVID, this health emergency. So whatever think again after COVID about how we're really going to spend this money and how we really going to look after our community. So they think that they're going to cut down these woodlands and then they're going to offset that by maybe planting maybe trees. In the last few years, every summer we've had heat waves and these trees are dying. These baby trees that will take 20, 30 years emergency. Again, we have these beautiful woodlands, we have these beautiful trees. We need to protect them. Again, this is the biggest deforestation since World War I. I cannot think of any reason why to go ahead with the HS2. I really don't want to be here. I'm here in solidarity with these people. I would not cause criminal encourage myself because it would be too much for me. But at the same time, next week they are going to be felling loads of trees and loads of people are trying petitions. They've tried these people have tried everything and it's not working. And some people are so desperate that they're having to take direct action. And I am here just because I just feel on my heart I have to do for my children. I have to do for my community. I have to do for all of us. As I said in community, you know, when we have that discussion and when we have this topic of time, I just could go on with about why this is happening. And I just thought that's why I'm here.
Do you want to be on the camera or not?
Live in, or for a high-speed railway, which is costing over £100 billion, estimated to be over £200 billion, and you're asking me if that's criminal damage just by putting some stuff onto the walls when they're destroying the ecosystems of 108 ancient woodlands, displacing over 500,000 people. That's criminal damage, not this.
Well said and well done. Thank you.
Thank you, Ahmed.
Absolute legend. Could you please contact Elizabeth? Because she tried to call me just now, but I'm on the stream. Just see if you can find out what she was hoping to say to me. On groups and stuff? Hang on, it might be here.
University College?
Don't worry, I'll find it.
Okay, thank you. That was one of the tree protectors who lives on the camps. He came and joined just within the last month and has been putting his liberty and his life on the line ever since, trying to stop HS2. And you know, it's a shame that he's been arrested, but obviously going and spraying stuff on a building, I'm sure he was well aware what would happen. Thank you to all of our rebels who put themselves in these situations. How are you doing? I'm just on the stream at the moment. Do you want to say something?
I've just arrived. It looks really visually impactful. All the people have done really good work. It's amazing. The Reds are here, which is awesome. That was a really visual statement. I love the kind of symbolism of that, like, you know, because we are wasting, you know, so many resources, and yeah, just like really struck by the visual impact of it. It's amazing.
There's blood being sprayed all over the building, as well as the glue-ons. Try and go over here so you can get even more view. Fuck HS2.
ماشي عسكرية ماشي عسكرية ماشي عسكرية الخونة والله مانا حابسين كليتو البلاد زواليمات فيكم ربي العالي لي جينيرو يا مدنية جمعة 81 برج براريج دولة مدنية ماشي عسكرية مدنية مدنية عسكرية 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 يا خونة ما كانش شرعية الشعب محرر هو اللي قرر دولة مدنية جابونا مزور جابونا العسكر ما كانش شرعية والشعب تحرر هو اللي قرر دولة مدنية. جابوا المزور جابوها العسكر ما كانش الشرعية والشعب تحرر هو اللي قرر دولة مدنية. جابوا المزور جابوها العسكر ما كانش الشرعية والشعب تحرر هو اللي قرر مكة مدنية. جابوا المزور جابوها العسكر ما كانش الشرعية. الجمعة 81 هو اللي قرر دولة مدنية. دولة والمزور جابوها العسكر ما كانش الشرعية والشعب تحرر هو اللي قرر دولة مدنية. دولة ولاد الحرام دولة ولاد الحرام اسقط النظام. دولة ولاد الحرام دولة ولاد الحرام اسقط النظام. دولة ولاد الحرام ماشي روحوا منا ما كانش الشرعية والشعب تحرر هو اللي قرر دولة مدنية. جابوا المزور جابوه العسكر.
So you spot the difference. Here's their tape. And here's ours. If only the police really did investigate climate crimes, they didn't have to be up against us. Police have all the power to be cracking down on criminals. They just need to know who the right criminals are. Do you want to say something? Yeah, well you were here when the action began.
Well, I was down there and I sprinted down the road to come.
And how did it unfold? So I saw a couple of people have been arrested already.
Yeah, so there was some spray painting. I don't want to say too much because I don't want to incriminate anyone here.
Of course.
There was some spray painting, there was some throwing of blood.
Bradley, always making
Bradley's
such a
all over the
mess.
place. And then as you can see, there's two people glued onto the door there. And then the Red Rebels, I mean, it was a bit frantic. It was kind of all over the place. But considering there was like a row of police vans opposite, which has now mysteriously disappeared, it took them quite a while to react. So we managed to do quite a bit. Yeah, getting some good public attention as well, which is pretty decent. There's been a couple of arrests made already for spray painting, I think. Name now. Yeah, I mean, I guess you.
Then I got here. Thank you.
Yeah.
I haven't been here very long, but I've been taking in lots of.
So a frantic action just about pulled off before the police came in. Very, very heavy police presence here, but still they weren't actually able to prevent the action from happening. Once again, it's very embarrassing for them. Very embarrassing.
I'm not sure why, to be honest.
So you're being stopped and searched, are you?
Yeah, under Section 1 of PACE, they were worried I had items to cause criminal damage, but of course I haven't.
Because you're on this side of the police do not cross line, of course. You're here.
I am.
Did you cross that line?
No, I have. Well, I came out after they put it up. Without anyone even asking me to leave, I came out to try and obviously I wanted to make their lives easier.
Do you think that's unlawful that they've carried out this stop and search on you?
I think that I don't know why they've done it. I would like to see what justification they have for carrying it out.
You identified as being potentially somebody that had articles on you to commit criminal damage.
Yes. Like I say, I'm not sure where that would have come from because, of course, I don't.
Have they found anything on you that could cause criminal damage?
No.
So your intelligence is clearly a load of crap. There you go. Just something to watch out for if you are watching this stream. If you are going to come out on the streets, be aware the police will indiscriminately stop and search you. even if you're a white man, sometimes they'll go for it.
Yeah,
But
thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. I was honestly really, you're the person who's making me feel more safe.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Take your time in your pocket, mate.
Yeah, no, I'll just run away.
So, Zandra, this action is at the Department for Transport in London. These are activists from HS2 Rebellion and other anti-HS2 groups. I see some people from the group TNAR. This is not about a railway as well. So, yeah, this is about showing the complicity of the Department for Transport and the whole government in the ecocide that's going on, HS2. And we're not holding back with the language. Smash the Department for Transport and fuck HS2. Exactly, fuck HS2 and fuck the PO2.
Anyone know who Sarah Lennon is?
Sarah Lennon? Yeah. I could identify her if she was here. I know what she looks like, I don't have a number. She's one of the main XR spokespeople. Is she here? What's your name? It's Lauren. Tell her you're looking.
Yeah, if you find her, just one of the people filming, try and get some.
Is this the first time you've been stop and searched ever?
I was stop and searched once before when some of my friends were smoking cannabis.
Yeah.
They thought we had cannabis. But it was all smoked and they didn't find anything then either. This is the first time I've been stop and searched on this set of actions. It was relatively scary, but my protester friends helped to make me feel safe. So that was.
Thank you. I mean, I've never been stopped and searched, which is quite remarkable considering, yeah, I also smoked weed for years. Not saying I do it right now, but like, I've done that a lot, never been stopped and searched. Done a lot of protesting, never been stopped and searched. And what do you know? I'm a white man. I know a lot of people who get stopped and searched all the bloody time. All the time. I'm sorry, David, for the swearing. I probably won't stop because that's what's written on the thing. And it's my job to report on what the action is trying to say. And the messaging here is fuck HS2. So I'm not afraid to say that. Fuck HS2.
A quick shout out. So I'd just like to give a quick shout out to all my brothers and sisters from the BAM communities who suffer this kind of trauma far too fucking regularly. Being stopped and searched. Over 75% of young black people in London are being stopped and searched over this last period. It's disgusting. It is an abuse. It is traumatic. And really we shouldn't be allowing that sort of institutional racism to.
You said it, man. Thank you. So one of the glue ones has been removed. It was on the floor just there. Well done, rebels! Hey guys, how you doing? Is there anything you'd like to say on live?
I'd like to say that I'm scared being here right now. And it's nothing to compare to how scared the whole situation makes me. The fact that this parliament has declared a climate and ecological emergency nearly a year ago, and yet things like HS2 carry on going ahead, which is really regenerated and protected. We shouldn't be destroyed anymore. Those anti-woodlands are so valuable, and they are such a symbol of that the change that we need to take on as societies and as countries. We can't carry on like this. It just can't happen. And there's people on the streets, there's been people protecting that land for months and months and months, and they're going to carry on like nothing is happening. If this is what it takes, even if I'm terrified, so be it.
Thank you, well done.
I echo everything that you say, and I also say that, like, at the time that at the moment we're in a recession, and the government has told us that, you know, we're going to have to cut back, and, you know, we're all afraid that they're going to start talking about austerity, and yet they're spending all of this money on the on. There are people handcuffed. Even JP Morgan told their investors this year to prepare for, a complete collapse of the economy and probably, the risk of society collapse as well. So loads of people, this isn't made up. All the scientists are saying that we have so many problems. And so we have to stop and we have to listen. And the HS2 is the biggest project in the UK, which is ecocide. It's destruction of habitat. And it's so important that we actually listen. If our parliament declared the climate an ecological emergency, then let's start acting like there's an emergency. Let's put the handbrake on, and let's actually think about what do we need to keep, and what are we prepared to change to lose, to make sure that we can actually look for protection for future generations. I have to ask myself, am I being a good ancestor? Am I not just my children, but their children after them and the generations to come? For that reason, I'm here because I'm led by my conscience. I have to be here. So I'm standing here as a conscientious protector.
Thank you. Yay! That was amazing. Thank you for speaking from the heart. Would you like to say anything at all?
Yes. Up and down the country, from London to Birmingham, there are many protest camps where people are there, sitting in tree houses, protecting those trees from...
Thank
He's
you.
just going to clarify the legislation and get back to me.
Thank you.
I've got your details. I'm not sure if it will come back to you this week, but there'll be a place where you can collect it back from, unless the legislation says we can keep it indefinitely, but I don't think it does.
Okay,
I've got your number.
Thank you, buddy. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
shall be free. Oromiyaa shall be free. Oromiyaa shall be free. Oromiyaa shall be free. Nan danda'a jechuudha. Haasaa kan godhu karaa miidhagina isinitti beekanii koree biyya gargaarsa kennitu keessa galeeni achi keessa jaarsummaa inni dhufe kanaafi akka qeerroo sagalee
in the history of the kingdom. It is the biggest forestation, nature deforestation that we've had since the World War.
Calqaba wanna kana haasa'u qophaa'e na jalaa fixxame hundi keessan. Inni guddaani hojii wanni namni tokko hojii hojjete.
Fire, okay, because the Amazon is burning and our United Kingdom.
So just coming around the corner now, you might just be able to hear them. It's Boris the Bank Engine. The cavalry has arrived. Ho ho. Hey hey. Ho ho. HS2 has got to go. Hey hey. Ho ho. HS2 has got to go. Hey hey. Ho ho. HS2 has got to go. Hey hey. Ho ho.
Today,
Hey hey. Ho ho. HS2 has got to go. Hey hey. Ho ho. HS2 you've got to go. Hey hey. Ho ho. We're live. Would you like to say something,
Yes.
Louis?
Hi guys. So HS2 Rebellion, join it. Okay, the HS2 Rebellion, the UK Rebellion, London Rebellion, it's all the same thing. We're fighting for our lives. Okay.
Hell yes.
Life is already. Yeah, we are, and we're fighting not just for our lives, but for all lives. Okay, for the trees, for nature. We are part of nature. So this action is against the building of HS2 by a private corporation called HS2 Limited, which is using.
Oh, it's amazing. This is Boris the Bank Engine, if no one saw it earlier. A big long train of people, our massive outreach team, led by Boris himself.
We love you!
Yay!
Thank you! We love you! We love you! We love you! Fuck HS2! We love you!
We love you!
Fuck HS2!
No worries. Nobody else is doing anything. It's only Extinction Rebellion who are doing anything.
This came in and moved on to stores there, you can see, and they've sprayed the side with blood all around the floor and on the walls over there, and they've written smack HS2 and fuck HS2.
Fuck HS2 because we are committing ecocide. Right now we are in a climate ecological crisis that is affecting the entire planet. Our chances to mitigate and averse is diminishing each day that passes by. Even Trump agrees that we should be planting 1 trillion trees, you know, Trump.
Where are you from, Kaz?
I'm from Leicester.
Leicester. How you doing? Let me see your banner. That was that original picture, wasn't it?
Yeah. I've got two of these left for camp.
Have you?
Are you going to take them back with you?
I could take them, yeah. Yeah, I will do, yeah. We can sort it. You need to be with the music. You need the music.
There's some speeches going on, that's why.
Oh, this is Department of Transport.
Make sure you give them a quick rock to the ear so you don't get them top to the head. But yeah, I'm going to make it. I'm going to put Molly here. She's been with me constantly, always. Everyone I want to ask for the Richie team, etc. They know this little dog. And then when they see her, they oh, there's Parliament there. So, all I'm going to say is keep rocking on, people, and let's not have it. Come on!
Thank you, Pirate, one of our beautiful tree protectors. Victoria, do you want to come up and speak a safety words? So just so you know, we do have a crowdfunder for actions that obviously we'll continue to do between now and forever until this Ecocide project is put to a halt. So this is very iconic. Gail spoke earlier, I don't know where she is now, but she came here at a previous rebellion and got onto the roof here and broke that window. And you might remember that. Can we have a cheer? Woo! And now we're here today again, showing that we're not going anywhere. We're going to keep coming back again and again and again until we're heard. Until people start acting and stopping the ecocide from happening. So I'm here with Victoria. Victoria is a local Stop HS2 activist and has been for a while now. And you're going to speak about everything that you learned on your walk. Do you want to say that?
No, I'm fine. No, thank you. So somebody has glued themselves to the Department of Transport door over there. So you got a team of guys putting some kind of solvent on to get him off.
And I woke up one morning and I looked out my window and I thought, oh my God, there is no going back from here. I've never done anything like this before, but as I learnt about Extinction Rebellion, somebody came up to me at one of the talks and said, did I know about HS2? Well, I'd heard about it, but I didn't realise it was going through an ancient woodland about half an hour's drive away from me. So basically, a gentleman called Matt Bishop got together a whole group of people to protect this ancient woodland, which we did from September till March. It was a peaceful camp, We simply had people there morning, noon and night. What an amazing community spirit that was. Because these...
It's done all over the place, but for us in here in Britain, it would seem too far to do. It's not. It's an obvious thing to do. We need to think about tomorrow, not merely today.
That's brilliant. Thank you.
Well,
what group are you from?
Oh, Northampton.
Thank
yeah,
you.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Nice one, Exile Northampton. Thank you for coming and supporting HS2 Rebellion. There are still some people glued on at the moment. They've removed some of the glue-ons, not all.
On the woodland, and we had to leave. They didn't start work. Well, they carried on working around woodlands doing archaeological digs. But at the same time, they kept taking more land. They kept taking land, and I've come to know the farmer who owns the land. She has been under the most immense pressure for the last 10 years. This is farmland that they have tried to return to the natural way of farming with no pesticides. Okay? That is incredibly important. They have spent 20 years getting the land back to how it should be. And what's happened? HS2 has
Excuse me guys, can I just pop there? Is that under it?
This land of hers is not only going through their woodland, other people own it, but they are going through farmers' land where they have been trying to return the soil to how it should be. We are in a climate emergency. We're messing up our agricultural system because we are having droughts, we are having floods, everything is in flux. We are damaging it every single day. And we are also ruining the lives, well, everybody up and down the line and all over the world. I really, really care for every individual on this planet because I actually work with refugees and migrants. So I know what's happening all over the world. This is why we have migration, because their lands have been taken and their lands have been destroyed by corporate greed. It is time. I wrote to Boris back in September. I wrote to Boris back in September and I said then, show some leadership. You can change the course of history. Well, maybe he's not going to, but we can. We have got to do this. And while I'm speaking, again, it has been immensely difficult for the people in Warwickshire. Many of them have been campaigning for 10 years, as have many people up and down the line. They have suffered so badly. People have died from the stress, from heart attacks, and just depression, because it's absolutely criminal what's been happening to them. HS2 have been bullying them. So what I want to say, in case I get more disrupted, is that I am appealing to the people in Warwickshire to come up to where all the HS2 work is happening. We rebels just cannot do it on our own. Don't worry, you won't get arrested. I'm appealing to the whole of the UK and anybody else in the planet to come, because it's your right, it's your future, it's your countryside, it's your planet. So for goodness sake, come. Woo!
Victoria for Prime
Minister!
Minister!
Matt, do you want to come up and say a few words too?
Not really.
Yeah, go on.
Go on, Matt.
Everyone wants to hear all the different voices. There's so many people that this affects. and that are working tirelessly every single day to stop this ecocide from happening. When really it's affecting us all. All this money being ploughed into ecocide, it's insane. When the government have declared a climate and ecological emergency, yet they're throwing our money away on ecocide. I mean, it's a complete contradiction in terms. Anyway, I'm going to pass over to Matt. And let's have a cheer before I do for all the brave protesters on the floor right now. They're now being searched without consent by the police. They're now being searched by the police without their consent, just so we're all clear. Okay.
Firstly, I'd just like to say my name is Matthew Bishop. I'm from the Save Covington Woods camp, which started on September the 28th last year. On September the 30th, I knew, because I'd sat in the pub and I'd been to the chainsaw crews having their beers after work, that they were coming to fell Covington Woodland on September the 30th. So we climbed at night into the woodland, over the fence, and we built a tree house at night. They never spotted it. And I'm very pleased to say that most of Covington Wood today is still standing. And that's been down to people like yourselves from all over the country who supported the campaign. So never think for a minute that we're wasting our time or that what we're doing is having no effect. Because they wanted to fell Covington Woods in 7 days last year. And that is nearly a year ago. We do make a difference. That is just one of 108 woodlands that will be destroyed or gravely impacted by HS2. One of 108. The government's own environmental plan published last year, in its foreword, the Secretary of State says that we must preserve all wildlife habitats and all our ancient woodland. That is in the government's own written environmental plan. And that is why we are here today, because the government will say anything. It seems this government will say anything but do something completely different. It is totally incongruent, and we can't have leadership that is incongruent.
Yeah, the government is failing us.
Anyway, we need to turn this now into a political strategy. Every one of us must go home and lobby our MPs for the CEE bill. Every one of us across the country must pressure our MPs locally to support the CEE bill. Okay, the HS2 is not viable. Okay, we cannot attain the carbon targets for 2050 and build HS2. And all of the figures about HS2 and how carbon neutral it is are just greenwash. And I'll give you one example. Okay, all of their calculations are based on every train being full. I just travelled 3 times to London in the last week on the train. Yesterday, or the day before, I had a carriage entirely to myself. 70 seats, and I was in a train on my own to London, fairly close to rush hour time. Okay, HS2 has 1,100 passengers per train.
Repeat that.
1,100 seats per train. They want, now it's dropped to 14 trains an hour. 14 times 1,100, that's 15,400 people. It's just the PA signal. It comes, it goes. 15,400 people an hour. Even if that train only runs for 14 hours of the day, that's 250,000 people. Do you know how many people get on a train and go straight to Birmingham every morning? Actually, nobody knows for sure because they hide the statistics. Okay, I've dug and I've put in Freedom of Information Crest, and from my analysis, I reckon it's about 5,000 to 6,000. And suddenly, we're going to have 250,000 every day. Those are the blue ones.
Glued onto the doors have now been removed. We love you!
Don't even ask me about 5G, I don't know anything about it. Okay, but yeah, you can talk about that afterwards. I probably agree. Anyway, I just want to finish and just ask and put a blessing on all of you people, because I know that there is a mass awakening of consciousness in our global community. With the spread of the internet and social media, we have a massive awakening of consciousness and people empowerment. And that is something I know that all of you people believe in and touch and can touch and tune into. Okay, and that is still happening. We've had the Arab Springs, and we have this expansion, and we have a contraction constantly. And so we have to keep empowering each other, empowering our younger generations to keep on struggling against our failing democracy. If HS2 is one thing, it is a beautiful example of total democracy failure. And where's the evidence for that? The evidence for that is that along the route of HS2, every single local authority, every single town council, every single county council, every parish council, bar two, voted against HS2. Every town and county council voted against HS2, and this building here and our parliament of only 300 people have forced it upon the nation. Okay, it has been forced upon the people of Britain. If there was a free vote right now, would HS2 be passed? I challenge Parliament, I challenge Boris Johnson's government to take a free vote on the future of HS2. Don't tell. Let's have a free vote in Parliament on the future of HS2, because we are very confident about the outcome. I think my time's up. God bless you all.
Save Covington Woods!
Sorry, one last thing. Joe Rukin has a legal challenge. We've had Chris Packham's legal challenge against HS2, which was foolishly denied by the appeal court judges. But there is one more challenge coming in the High Court with Joe Rukin on the notice to proceed, which many people argue is a much stronger legal case. So please keep your eyes and ears open for that and support that, and let's get it out there on social media. Anyway, thank you all. God bless you all. Go in peace. Go in peace.
Thank you, Matt.
Just joining us now, we're currently outside the Department for Transport, where rebels glued on.
I haven't prepared any speech because,
all over the building.
as I said,
now we're going to hear from Swan.
You don't need to speak. You don't need to give any comments if you don't want to. It's entirely up to you. I've just been asked by Wellbeing to remind you of that. Sorry. As I was saying, I don't have time to sleep. I don't have time to eat. I don't have time to plan actions. But here I am. I'm here.
Yes! We love you, Fawn.
I don't have time to write speeches. I don't have time for a lot of things. I've given up my personal life, everything really, to be here. And I'm asking for your help. Right now, as I say these words to you, Crackley is being deforested. In Warwickshire region, they are now felling, as we speak, Warwickshire. And I have been told that this week they are planning to cut a lot more. They are high-speeding the deforestation, the ecocide in this country like never before. And we knew this was coming. We knew this was coming because of the seasonality where we are in the year. It's like the sort of bat season and all of that. So they now can come in and start chopping down like there's no tomorrow, especially as COVID is starting to open the doorways for people leaving the building now. So the thing is, we really need your support, is what I'm trying to say. And we've got camps all the way up and down the line. So we've got Denham, which I know is really at jeopardy this week. And I beg you from the bottom of my heart, please come down and block the gates. You've got all of this energy. You're planning to block all sorts of stuff next week. If even 5 of you came down, we'd have so much more support that we need on the ground to disrupt. And if you have the skills on a political spectrum, then do that. Whatever skill you have, please use it. Social media, everything. We need everyone to do everything to stop this train because it's going full pelt 1,000 times a minute, and we can't do it alone. So that's all I have to say, really. The camps are like Denham, that is in London, that's in Hillingdon Borough. So if you are
Non mais la perturbe à où là? La perturbe à où là? Perturbée. Lui la perturbe à moi. Problème de concentration.
Bon, moi on m'a dit qu'il y avait des gilets jaunes ici, alors du coup j'ai mis mon masque jaune. J'ai fait une lettre ouverte, j'ai changé un peu de point de vue et ce qui m'a inspiré pour faire cette lettre ouverte, c'était les conflits qui sont en train d'émerger, surtout en métropole, entre la police et les citoyens. Et ça m'inquiète. Donc voilà, j'ai fait ma petite lettre ouverte que je vais vous lire. D'ailleurs, c'est une lettre ouverte à nos forces de l'ordre que je préfère appeler gardiens de la paix. Je préfère.
Écoute bien!
En tant que simple citoyenne, ne représentant aucun mouvement social ou politique, alors vous oubliez le gilet jaune, c'est pas au titre de ça que j'écris ma lettre. J'observe à travers la presse et autour de moi une montée de colère et de tension entre le peuple et les gardiens de la paix. Je suis effrayée à l'idée que la situation puisse dégénérer. Aujourd'hui, je ne veux pas m'adresser à un titre ou à un uniforme. Étant moi-même parent et ami de policiers et de gendarmes, c'est en tant que parent et ami que je m'adresse à vous. Car derrière l'uniforme, il y a toujours un humain avec un cœur. Ne l'oublions pas. Je sais très bien qu'on vous demande de travailler toujours plus, que vous êtes fatigué, stressé. Je suis consciente que beaucoup d'ordres auxquels vous devez obéir vont à l'encontre des valeurs et des idéaux pour lesquels vous vous êtes engagé. J'ai en mémoire le sourire bienveillant d'un policier lorsqu'enfant j'étais terrifiée par l'arme qu'il tenait. Je me souviens aussi de la courtoisie d'un gendarme qui m'indiquait mon chemin. Vous êtes à nos côtés et vous faites partie de nos vies. Je refuse de vous considérer comme une menace. Mais je comprends aussi la colère des gens. Ne voyez-vous pas ce qui est en train de se passer ? D'un côté, une élite vous demande de faire appliquer de gré ou de force une obligation de port de masque, alors qu'ils ne respectent aucune de ces mesures. Ils ne se cachent même pas. J'en veux pour preuve ce qui s'est passé à Nice le 29 août dernier. 2 personnes se sont faites violenter pour non-port du masque, alors qu'à quelques mètres de là, dans une tribune VIP, princesse et politique ne le portent pas. Pourquoi sur les plateaux télé on ne le porte pas alors que c'est obligatoire dès qu'on est 2 dans un bureau? Pourquoi les sportifs de haut niveau en sont dispensés alors que les enfants en cours de sport en ont l'obligation? Au-delà de ça, je m'interroge. Puisque les masques sont censés protéger des postillons, c'est communément admis, pourquoi devons-nous nous aussi nous couvrir le nez? Vous connaissez beaucoup de gens qui postillonnent par le nez? La liste des incohérences est longue. Et à l'heure où la communauté scientifique s'accorde à dire que le virus du Covid a muté, qu'il est majoritairement asymptomatique ou au pire comme une grippe, que doit-on penser de l'obligation des masques? Va-t-on le porter à vie? Quelle sorte d'être humain sommes-nous devenus pour être terrifiés par un rhume ou une grippe?
I want to urge you to do something if you can't come down and help.
which is, if any of you have got deep pockets, then, or even not that deep, but some kind of pockets, give some money to the HS2 crowdfunder, or rather the anti-HS2 crowdfunder, I should say. At HS2 Rebellion, go to HS2 Rebellion, give what you can and then share it on. Don't share it without giving first. Yeah, that's important. That's really all I wanted to say, apart from saying how inspiring it is to be here with everybody. But as people have said, if you possibly can, where they really need people, is at the sites and in the trees and so on. So, as we've heard, if only 5 or 10 or 15 of us were up for doing that, it could be transformative. So whatever you can do, let's please do it. Lobby your MP. Lots of MPs, including Conservatives, are against HS2. Give money to the crowdfunder. Go down and help. Together we can stop this. I spoke with Chris Packham about this a couple of weeks ago privately. He's absolutely convinced that we can stop HS2, that the case against it is building and building. So let's do it.
I'll take it. Rusty. Can you hold the phone?
It's a pile of poo. HS2 is a pile of poo. HS2 is a pile of poo. HS2 is a pile of poo. Whew. That was nice to say.
Yeah, we got that.
Alright, I've been living on the protection camps now for about 3 months, and in that time I've witnessed almost every day something shocking by HS2. This isn't just about a railway, okay? It's not just about a train with all the ecocide it's causing and all the cost to each one of us, every single person here that's paying for it, that's actively contributing to killing the children of the future, to killing wildlife and trees that we love, but we have no choice. We're forced to pay taxes that kill things. Fuck that! Fuck HS2 and fuck Department for Transport! Fuck Boris! This is not just about a railway. When we're done with HS2, we're coming for more. We're going to stop the roads from being built.
Yes.
And we are going to stop this trajectory. We're going to turn this shit around, but it needs everyone here, okay? And everyone's been pleading, each and every one of you, to come to the camps. We desperately, desperately need you, okay? We can't do it on our own. Hundreds of activists have done so much this year, but we need thousands of people, and if we get that, we'll stop HS2! Would anyone else like to say something?
Hi people, my name is Max Ward of Truth from Greenfield. I've come down here to support you with this HS2. Basically, I think these people in here, they should be fired, as far as I'm concerned. They should be in that building. Yeah. All the wildlife, they should be stopped. All these trees should stay where they are. We're supposed to come here and live life. Look at the people today, today's people. People don't give a shit about nothing, what's going on. They don't care about what our future is going. But we do. We care about our future. Yes? We care about our future. And we have to let them know that. And we have to put it on them. So for me to come here to support you guys, I really give you up and take my hat off to you guys. Yeah, and I will be there to support you. See? Yeah, my name is Matt Timorito.
Thank you. Solidarity.
Thank you.
Justice for Grenfell.
We've got 3 brave protectors sat glued on down there. Can we have a cheer for them, please? We love you! 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 I can't convince some people to say words. Do you guys want to say some words? I can say on your behalf if you'd like.
I'm just going to ask this person glued on what they want to say, and I'll let you know what the message is. There's so many reasons why we should be protesting against HS2. It's an issue of climate and ecological justice, with over 108 woodlands being damaged, with 1 in 4 British mammals being in threat of being extinct. We need to protect our woodlands. We're in a climate and ecological emergency, and we need to act like we're in an emergency. Trees are amazing carbon capture machines. Why would we therefore cut them down? They're planting small baby trees to offset emissions, which will take hundreds of years to grow to the same level as the ones that are already grown. And they're drying anyway because of the droughts. It's also an issue of social justice. Whilst the government are telling us we're in a recession, they're spending over £100 billion on this project and rising. I could go on and on and on. But this project is insane and it has to stop immediately, and that's why I'm here and that's why I'm glued on. We love you! Fuck HS2! We love you! Fuck HS2! Okay, Barry, the tree protector.
Hello everyone, my name is Barry. I've been at the HS2 camp since late May, and I've seen quite a few things that have really blown me away by the way that this government and the contractors that they decide to work with to go about these projects. I've seen friends be dragged away and sexually assaulted by private security, and seen police officers turn up in smaller numbers than they do today in response to that. I've seen 11 Metropolitan Police officers come to retrieve some Harris fencing while they do not turn up to protect human rights. I've seen so many terrible things carried out in the name of law and order when they do not understand that law and order is inside us already. They don't understand that we are already free and autonomous human beings who can make our own decisions, and they decide that they will make them for us with massive projects like HS2. It's not a voted on project. HS2 was not asked by anyone. It's been in the works for 10 years now, put forward by Labour governments, put forward by Tory governments, and that not once have we had a people's vote on what is going to happen here. We can see that we do not live in a democratic system anymore. We are living under a police state which do not listen to your needs or your requirements for your sustaining your life. They take away what you need to live, your water, the Chilterns Aquifer, just north of here, northwest, near the Uxbridge region. It's getting drilled down to up to 90 metres down. This aquifer, it provides water for 2.2 million Londoners in West London. It's ridiculous the levels they will go to. They will drill through this land for an underground railway. They will go through over, it's been said before and before, over 108 ancient woodlands that have stood the test of time, have been planted long, long ago and just torn away from us. They're going through at least 3 sites of special scientific interest, which are almost on par with natural wonders of the world. They're going through over 40 sites of scientific interest. This is not a project that will benefit you in the long term or your children. This was not a project that you will be able to go on the train line for. Tickets are estimated to cost over £250 for one way, only cutting off 20 minutes from here to Birmingham. And the station in Birmingham is 20 minutes away from where you need to get to. Instead, they are taking this train line straight to an airport. They tell us that this project will take away carbon emissions because they say it will increase rail transport. But that is not true. What this project is here for is to increase freight capacity. It's here so they can move across more natural resources out of our land and out of surrounding countries' land from peoples who do not have the same protections under law that we do. So we must stand up and say no. We will not use other countries' resources. We will not use other countries' workers. We will not exploit our land and our peoples to continue projects like these, vanity projects like these. Thank you.
Well done, Barry.
So, I've got one last thing to say. It's been mentioned that HS2 is trying to offset their carbon emissions. And it's predicted that because of a high-speed rail, because it will be carbon neutral. That is incorrect. HS2 is predicted to be carbon neutral within 120 years. In 120 years' time, it will be too late to be carbon neutral. In 120 years' time, it will be too late for us to stand and say, oh yes, look at this train line. Look how efficient it is. In 120 years' time, when there are no woodlands left for our children to walk around and to play in, to climb trees, it will be too late. And the new woodlands that they're planting, I've seen them. They're these little saplings that are placed 50 centimetres apart from each other. They are not getting water, and they are being placed in incorrect places. HS2 ecologists do not understand the soil compositions and the water levels required for these woodlands to grow. They do not understand the fungal networks that maintain resources and what are they called? Mycelium, that's it. Mycelium networks. Yeah, fuck HS2.
Okay guys, can you all put your masks on and start social distancing as much as possible, please? As you can see, the police have decided to come into the road, so I want to protect you because I want to protect life. And I care for everyone here today. So please be mindful of what the police are doing. And the Boris Savank engine will be leaving the station shortly if you'd like to go on that ride. And don't forget there's also a march happening at the same time right now for climate justice going from the Bank of England. So if you wanted to join that, that's also encouraged. And we have 3 brave protectors here that I'm going to hang out with right now. If you'd like to join me, that's great. Can people sing, please, now? What we're going to sing? Power to the people.
Power to the people.
People got the power.
People got the power.
Tell me, can you hear it?
Tell me, can you hear it?
Getting stronger by the hour.
Getting stronger by the hour.
Power.
Power.
People.
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 Power.
Power.
Power to the people.
Power to the people.
People got the power.
People got the power.
Tell me, can you hear it?
Tell me, can you hear it?
Getting stronger by the hour.
Getting stronger by the hour.
Power.
Power.
People.
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 Power.
Power.
Power to the people.
Power to the people.
People got the power.
People got the power.
Tell me, can you hear it?
Tell me, can you hear it?
Getting stronger by the hour.
Getting stronger by the hour.
Power.
Power.
People.
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 Power.
冇辦法啦，有人傳出話旺角維景酒店有人開咗白車，咪過嚟睇睇咯。
You can have it.
Remember, at home there's so much you can do. Please, please, I'm desperate. Please come and join our protection camp. We will teach you stuff as well. It's not a one-way thing. You put some energy into our campaign and we'll put energy into you too. There will be more streams. I encourage people to check out what's happening at the Bank of England right now. I'm hoping to head over there myself as well. Thanks everyone for tuning in. Make sure to donate to our crowdfunders, to our camp crowdfunder and our action crowdfunder. Please share the streams, please share the posts, please speak to everyone you know about this and get each person writing to their MP. Please write to your MP, tell them to stop HS2, to oppose HS2 and tell them to back the Climate and Ecological Emergency Bill. Thank you everybody, goodbye. It's been Mars, see ya.
How they're going to adopt the recommendations, which were very impressive. Two of the things you find with virtually all of them, or all of them as far as I'm aware, is that people love them and want more, and they actually come forward with recommendations or agreements which are more far-sighted and unselfish than even than governments, although they are selected to be representative of all walks of life and not just chosen from the civically aware sector of society, which is sort of restores your faith in what humans can do once they're properly trusted with important decisions and given time to get properly informed and time to discuss with each other carefully and constructively, because facilitation does steer people to listen, active listening such as we do in Extinction Rebellion, and respectful listening. So it is a really constructive tool, and so and there's many different forms, not just citizen assemblies. There's 14 forms and a bunch of ad hoc arrangements which don't have a name for their form, but they are all based on random people from all walks of life, good information, deliberation, and that the government is going to take it seriously. It's the four main planks of it. And in West Wales we put on, well actually 5 people's assemblies, but in some of them I was involved in 3, and then 2 others happened as a result of the first ones we put on by other people. And they're all very popular. It was during lockdown, they were online, and they were on food, farming, land use, community resilience, all over rural Wales. And we did in some of them work very hard to get people from opposite and different,
despite having the constitutional right not to do so. The department, after interviewing our members, continued the investigation of that incident. During the subsequent investigation, no other members, as far as we know, were interviewed, and the union was not involved in any way with that investigation. Our union representation would not come into play until once that investigation had concluded, and if an internal investigation were to commence. Only yesterday did we learn that an internal investigation has been initiated. Only yesterday did we learn that 7 of our members would be suspended. Like everyone else, we have concerns. A troubling concern is on the releasing of evidence during a criminal investigation. There is an absolute prejudicial concern on taking such a reckless action regarding any incident that is an ongoing criminal investigation. I can think of no other situation to my knowledge in this city that I can recall when that has occurred. Such action would never be taken against a civilian suspect who is the subject of a criminal investigation. Police officers deserve the same consideration and respect. But it's important to remember, the release of information is needed to be transparent, but it must be balanced with ensuring the rights and the protections of any individual involved in that investigation, and that includes victims and suspects. The union has been called out in several social media accounts as being aware of circumstances of this incident, and even being a participant in withholding information. Without a conclusion to this criminal investigation, we know no more than anyone else does at this time. From our limited involvement in this matter and the lack of additional information, we have had no review or internal discussions on this incident up until this conference has occurred. The union was not aware of any concerns, and were not made aware of any concerns that may have been raised by the family or anyone else until being made aware only minutes before the press conference on Wednesday. After the press conference and the subsequent events that transpired, our initial response was ensuring that our members who were called out and named in the press release were safe. The union was placed in a very difficult situation and determined it would not be prudent and in the interest of our organization and comment until we had sufficient information to respond in an informative way. And all of you know how difficult that is for me, not to want to get out in front of something. The union completely understands the strong concerns that the family and the public has on not being provided with adequate information. We stand along with the family and the public in echoing that same concern. What is disheartening, but certainly not surprising, is the immediate reactions from some, especially social media comments from at least 2 members of City Council calling our members murderers. After working almost around the clock to obtain as much information as possible, we now have a better understanding of what has occurred. While we ask for the public and the media to also remember and respect that there's still an active investigation by the State Attorney General's office. We are hopeful that the State Attorney General's office will continue to conduct a fair and impartial investigation to the facts of the matter. We believe, and more than believe, we know there's substantial amount of information to adequately determine what the circumstances are surrounding the death of Daniel Krug. After conversations with our legal team, we have been cautioned, and I'll say over and over again, to be careful in discussing specifics. So I'm going to try to answer your questions in a more general nature and to not get specific since it's still under investigation. So, thank you. So I'll take.
When did you first see the video?
I just saw the video 2 days ago.
Did you watch the whole hour and a half or the 12-minute roughly clip that was posted widely on the internet?
No, I didn't watch that one. I'm sorry, I did watch that one.
That one being?
The edited version,
okay.
Briefly. I didn't give it much review.
Why not?
Because I will not, I don't look at that as a fair and accurate representation of that night.
And what were your initial thoughts seeing that video 2 days ago?
Well, you look at the video, and then you also have to take so much encompassing information and placing that video in the context that it had to be. It's also important to understand that, especially in the edited video, you may hear things or you may not hear things, or what you may see may be a difference in the distance of someone's actually speaking. Right. There's a number of factors involved.
Based on your initial thoughts, though, could you just give us a sense of what you initially thought when you saw the video and you did hear some of the comments made by your officers?
Well, that's what I would speak to. that I think, in order to answer what you believe or your concerns are, I think you would look at it not in the context that we did. That's why we spent 2 days on this. We worked virtually around the clock. What you saw is not complete and certainly not accurate, but that speaks to what needs to be done.
What's inaccurate about it?
What needs to be done is to have this investigation completed and to have everything at that point in time shown by an agency that's independent and that's investigating it, and that's the most important thing.
I know
There
you're
are
not-
specific things that are heard in the edited version that need not to be played in that edited version, but to be shown separately and where they occur and why they occur. I have to be careful what I speak to on specifically on that.
Well, Mike, let me ask you this, since we're talking about the officers in the video. Let's talk about their actions. I mean, they left the man naked on the street, in the middle of winter, no blankets, left him sitting there for God knows how long. Why couldn't they just put him in a squad car?
Well, I'll tell you, exactly 30 to 40 days before this incident occurred, these officers were involved in a training that was state mandated, was written and instructed per the New York State Division of Criminal Justice Services standards, which is something that we should look at here in the state versus other states that don't have these requirements and standards. Exactly what they were trained on, exactly what that training module is a step-by-step example right to the second on what these officers did on that scene. They don't have the ability to go off script, say, and to do different things. They have to follow exactly the way they're trained. In fact, under the mental hygiene requirements for our officers, they'll have an ambulance attendee ask them not to have handcuffs on the individual in a transport. They are not allowed to remove the handcuffs in that situation. Everything they do, they have to follow protocol. When they go for review, and when this incident or any actions they do are reviewed, they have to conform exactly with those protocols. And I will tell you, I don't want to tell you. I want the State Attorney General's office to tell you. I think it should be independent. I think it should be, at the conclusion, very transparent. I hope, and I'm going to try to ensure, that when they conclude that investigation, that they not only come out with a decision, but they come out with substantial, transparent report and evidence to show. That's important. Listen, if there's a need to change the things, the way policing is done, let's change them. An officer does not have the ability to go or disregard what they're mandated to do and what they're trained to do.
Can you explain the use of the spit shield, what exactly it's supposed to be used as, and how they used it? They kept it on even after he threw up.
I'll show you. Have you seen the hood? This is what the officers are given. I'll put it out here and show you. It's used in a case, in a situation where an individual is spitting. During the course of this, I mean, I think it's been out there enough where I can say that he made reference to having COVID. He was also spitting. There's a number of other issues with airborne pathogens that officers encounter that are very dangerous. That's the purpose and the protocol in place.
So even as he's throwing up, they're supposed to keep it on?
I'm not an expert on this, but my understanding in the medical field is that it's used for those cases and taken into consideration for that matter as well. I'm not going to speak specifically at the point. I think The evidence that the State Attorney General's office will have, and the videos and all of the videos and all of the information will show immediate reactions per protocols on what the officers should do and what was followed. I will say that we have to do things better, but that also includes on the hospital side, on the EMT side, on the responses to that as well. The officers have to be supported as well at 3:30 in the morning. They had to do exactly what they did. They had to understand the frustrations on our part as well when we have to do the procedures and protocols that we have. We have no choice to vary from them at all. The officers are not, they have no desire, I'm not speaking to this incident in particular, but in any, they have no interest to have an individual on the ground. They have no other recourse until that ambulance can get there, until the gurney can get there. And when the officer has to reach out and say, where's the gurney? You know, I caution, but I say, I'm hopeful that all of the evidence and all the accompanying evidence, and there's other videos and other video media that's there that night that also should be released at some point in time to show in the context of this.
You referenced hearing from the police chief and the request to actually speak to your union members. Can you tell us when that happened and when that occurred? Was it characterized as a drug overdose case or something else?
On the first part with the chief, I'm sorry.
Right, so when that phone call came from the police chief requesting to speak to the members, do you recall when that was and when that happened? Was it characterized as an overdose?
Yeah, it was within the next day or the day. We really, as I said, spent the last 2 days trying to pin down all of this and look at it.
So it was in March when you heard the call from the chief requesting to speak to your members?
It was within a day or two. If it wasn't that day, it was the next day.
And was it characterized as a drug overdose, as we heard from the mayor?
No, it wasn't. You know, it was a very brief conversation, simply saying that there was an incident the other night. There's an investigation going on, and what I stated was what was told to me, and we proceeded as we have in any similar case. You know, understand. Unfortunately, there's a substance abuse problem out there. Everyone knows about. There's mental health issues and problems out there. We deal way too often with these situations. I wish and I hope there was another way than police officers at 3 o'clock in the morning to have to deal with this. But remember, those officers that responded that night were responding to a call for an alarm and a break-in. There was a different officer at a different location that was dealing with the Krug family.
Do you think there should be more help for police officers when you talk about dealing with mental health issues and seeing that as commonplace in the city? Is there a need to have teams that are also called in when it appears that somebody is suffering from some mental health issues?
I'll say this, I absolutely believe that we need more help. It wasn't that long ago when in New York State our mental health facilities were closed and people were just put out onto the street, and who was the only other agency to be able to deal with them? The police. We definitely need changes and we need help. What we have to understand is, and I don't have all the answers. I don't think anybody does. But how do we do that and how do we respond to it? At 3:30 in the morning, and a call that may give you no indication of what you're dealing with and what you're going to encounter. How do we do that at that point? And if we can get to those answers and we can get to that help, I 100% support that, as well as every one of my 700 plus members.
So we've been hearing a lot of different dates thrown out there from different local officials. I found out this on this date. No, that he didn't. I found this out on this date. So in terms of you, what's the timeline for you? We know you just said in March you got the call that your members needed to be spoken with. You didn't find out anything else. From there on out, what did you learn? What documents were you provided at what times? What did you know and when did you know? Anything about the investigation, the AG, the...
What we're battling, and I don't want to say battling, we're trying to deal with a system now that got put into place on the release of videos and then disciplinary matters and personnel records and so forth. You know, obviously our concerns are those materials that are released are adequately reviewed and redacted. I will say this, the attorney that's representing the Prue case had foiled my records and the chief's records, and they did release them and review and redact them. On mine, they didn't redact them quite as well as they should have, which resulted in my social security number and my home address and whatever being out there. So we're concerned in dealing with it. As we looked back, we were able to find, and the way this occurs, anytime a video, we have an agreement with the department, if a body-worn camera video is going to be released through a FOIL request, that we're notified and the members are notified, any member that's in that video, just so they're aware and just for safety and concerns that they could have or they should be aware that it's out there.
So in terms of those 7 members...
So let me get to where I'm going. So upon looking back, and there's those emails after emails, we found an email dated July 31st that indicated that a video, body-worn video, was going to be released. Not files, not records, not reports, but a video. It had no mention, certainly, that it involved an in-custody death. That would be something that would certainly spark our attention and concern. It went to the members to review. Had we known at that point in time, and that's July 31st, that this was going to be released, we would have raised a concern, or at least asked the question, is the investigation complete? I still don't have an answer why that was done. I've had 2 different answers given to me on why, and it makes no sense to me. I listened to the mayor, and all she said was, go ask the law department. The law department was standing right next to her. Why couldn't he answer it right then? I want to know. I still don't know. You know, it's important. We have to figure a way to balance, certainly, transparency, and I believe in all these situations that you can be transparent. You can stand in front of the public and show something and give some type of, not conclusion, but opinion on what you believe has transpired and what you believe. The public needs that and deserves that. We're not opposed to that.
One more question and then I'll hand it over. But so of your 7 law enforcement officials that have been suspended, have you been in contact with them? Are they giving, how are they feeling? How are they reacting? What are they saying? I mean, their names are out there. Sure, their addresses are going to be out there. Are they fearful? Are they remorseful? What have you know these people, so what are they saying?
Well, certainly, you know, a police officer that is the center of media attention is not concerned for his own welfare or safety, but he is concerned about his families, his neighbors as well, as I do myself. That is a concern, and they are concerned that. Let's ask, I mean, let's be honest here. Yesterday, they suspended 7 members. The mayor says she's disappointed in the chief, but he's going to do better. These 7 members are suspended. In fact, one of the members was never on scene with Mr. Prue. But did they not even review that? But that member now has his name out and been suspended.
Do you know why he was suspended?
I don't think they know why he was suspended, let alone that officer. And the officers are given no information. They're asked to come in, they're asked to turn over their equipment, and they're given a sheet and basically told what they're allowed to do and not to do on that suspension. They cooperated right at the start when asked on this. They had no clue. They're more in the dark than anyone on all of this. And that is what is concerning. And we share the concerns with the public. We share the concerns with the family. we've heard nothing, absolutely nothing on this case.
Will you be suing over this, suing the city?
I don't know what the mayor's referring to for a lawsuit. I'm totally clueless what she means. Do I want a fair investigation from my members? Absolutely. Whatever that conclusion is, then it is.
Are they remorseful, or are they upset? How are they telling you they feel, these officers?
Oh, I have not had that conversation with them. Listen, I don't even know at this point in time if they even know, well, now obviously, but if they knew at any point in time that Mr. Prude was deceased. We haven't even confirmed that. What we did yesterday was simply ensure that they're okay and they're safe. They had to go through, these are, a couple of these officers are very young officers, and, they're confused as well. I think when this investigation's over and you compare it to just what the training they went through, to me, it looks like they were watching the training in front of them and doing it step by what that training says to do. So if there's a problem with that and there's an issue with it, let's change it. If there's a problem with it and it was identified, the very next day, that training should be changed. What is going to prevent the same occurrence from happening tonight or this weekend to officers that have to follow a protocol? These officers, in their internal review, if they vary at all from that training they received, they will face discipline. Look, the one common thing that I think we've seen in this past year is any incident that comes into play, you have a mayor or a chief of police who stands in front of the microphones and says that he will or she will hold people accountable. Let's start there with holding who should be held accountable first. If an officer does something wrong outside of protocol, then they should be disciplined appropriately. If they follow exactly the standards and the protocol to a T, what do you say to them?
Do you think protocol needs to be changed then when you look at that officer pressing Mr. Prude's head against the pavement? Because I think when we harken back to George Floyd, we all know that obviously an officer had his knee on his neck for 8 minutes and 46 seconds. So when you look at someone who is naked, he is arrested, so you know he doesn't have a gun, and there's moments where he's still talking as he has the cover over his face, but his face is pushed down into the pavement. And I guess when you say the officers follow protocol, if they don't follow protocol, then we have a problem. Do you think protocol needs to be changed?
Well, I'm not an expert in that, but I will say this. The questions should go to the New York State Division of Criminal Justice Services. There's videos out there that show exactly why and how that tactic is used to a T to what that officer did. They explain it. I don't have that in front of me, and I'm not going to recite it. I haven't been trained in it. When I looked at the training, when I looked at the reading material, and we watched the video, it is exactly the way they've been trained. I've been cautioned not to say too much, but I have to say that because I saw that and I reviewed that.
Mike,
I ask you to do that because it needs to be independent. It needs to, the question should go to the people who design that and who train our people. I'm not an expert in that.
As president of the social club, there are a lot of people, and I talked to a few civil rights folks yesterday that are calling for Chief Singletary to step down. Do you believe he should step down?
I don't think it's appropriate for me to offer my opinion. It would be my personal opinion, personally at this time, and I don't think I'm at a point to answer that. Should he be held accountable? Yes. In fact, I think the person that's holding him accountable should be held accountable.
يسوع ما ضاعت لبنان وضعت بظهر الكرامي ومكان يدوب الشيطان اللي فيكن والحرامي يسوع ما ضاعت لبنان وضعت بظهر الكرامي
ده نمشي خليكم فاتح لايف ده نمشي نقسم بنمشي على الساحه حول المسجد جرب واقف عين وبرام الكاميرا علينا
She held a press conference on residency. The whole weekend, our people were working overtime, we're dealing with a number of situations, and Monday morning to wake up to find out that there's a press conference on residency out of the air? Why? Why, if Mayor Warren has issues she's dealing with, then perhaps she should step aside and make sure that the interests of the city comes first and the safety of the community comes first. That's what's most important, not anyone's personal position in life.
On Monday, you said that the city of Rochester does not have the same problems the rest of the country has. Do you still believe that to be true?
Well, let's put that in context, because what I also said, no matter what we do, no matter how good we get, no matter what reforms or changes we put in place, can any of us stand here today and say we will not have an officer-involved incident? No. It's the job that police officers do. What I said in that context, and I've said it in the past, is that because of the training standards and the hiring standards that we have, that you don't have in other states, we have, and I can honestly say, professional police officers. The problem when we start comparing incidences going around the country and we see an incident where someone's murdered, like we saw in Minneapolis, then the question should be, why are not every state in this country have those same requirements in place? As a member of the labor movement and representing police labor in particular for many, many years, it's been a national, it's been a cry from myself and my peers across the country to have national standards put in place.
Mike, can you talk about the Attorney General's investigation? What have your officers been asked to, have they been asked to submit to interviews there, and what have you advised them?
I'm not aware of what, as far as I know, I don't know if they've been interviewed yet by the State Attorney General. I shouldn't even say, because I don't know if they were involved with major crimes when they did their investigation. So you'd have to ask. You haven't represented anyone at an interview with the AG.
Would you advise them to sit for an interview at this point?
You know, would I? Unfortunately, I don't give them that opinion. Their attorneys will. And that's something that, as I said before, they were cooperative and did and agreed to being interviewed right from the start.
Mike, you talked about training, and yet about 10 minutes before that you said that the training these officers got may need to be changed, may not be the best. So it seems to be a little bit of a conflicting there. There's officers, at least in this area, are trained, yet that training may lead to incidents like this. How do you kind of square that?
Well, no, I from my personal opinion, if it becomes determined that what the protocols and what the training is not correct and it could be done better, let's change that. You know, we trust, and certainly we're not, in the union's perspective, involved in the training. We constantly require and request and demand additional training for our people, and that started from the 70s here, as well as hiring requirements. We trust that, you know, a government branch such as the New York State Division of Criminal Justice Services have the resources and the experts to put a training module in place that's correct. I can't tell you if it is or if it isn't. You know, that's the other question that still has to be determined on that. Was, you know, anything done there a factor in Mr. Prude's death? I don't know that. That's way above me to determine. That's what needs to be determined. Do we oppose that? Absolutely not. Not at all.
Is there a part in the training where it says, it becomes clear after the hood is put on, I mean, when they're pushing down on him, that he's having trouble breathing, that his voice is muffled? And he wasn't fighting, so does the training say you can release? I mean, because he was cuffed and naked.
I will speak that there's evidence there that is contrary to that and what was occurring. I've been told over and over again not to get into that. What I will say is there is substantial amount of evidence to show why the protocols that they used were done. There's other independent witnesses that confirm that in their statements. That's important. That's all part of it.
When did you first become aware of the autopsy report?
I have not seen that report.
Would you normally be notified if there was a potential homicide investigation involving officers?
We may, at some point in time, probably have access to that at the conclusion of an investigation, I'm sure.
Do you feel there should have been more information from the chief's office in this investigation given to the union? Or, I mean, the mayor indicated that there was a lot of info being withheld. Do you feel that way?
Yeah, we actually had an internal discussion. Remember, another part of this that I guess we don't speak to enough is the wellness of every police officer. The job that they do is difficult. The things that they see are very, very difficult as well. It has an impact on them, and it affects them and their families as well. I think it's important that we know that, so we make sure that the officer that's involved in an incident like this is okay. And we want to ensure that his wellness is okay, that his family's okay. It's not just the police officer, their entire family that goes through any type of incident, critical incident or not. I absolutely think we should be a part of that. And I think that's part of what we've asked for, and we're trying to seek better answers in our negotiations to ensure officer wellness.
That said, are you all providing any help? Are you all providing any help to those officers and their families right now?
Well, I'm not going to, I will never speak specifically to any member that we represent, but that is our priority.
When the officers were, when you got the call from the chief to speak to the officers, was that, I just want to be clear what type of, we use the word investigation a lot. Was it just for like an internal investigation, for criminal? Can you just be clear on what?
No, it was, and listen, it was a very casual conversation that simply said that, we had an incident, I don't know if it was last night or the night before. Major Crimes is conducting an investigation into it, and they'd like to speak to the officers that were on scene. Before, look, I don't just say, oh yeah, go ahead. It's not my call. What we do at that point in time, especially when it's a criminal investigation, is to ensure that the officers have the right to legal representation, consultation, to have an attorney present. The same constitutional right that anyone has in a criminal investigation. Nothing more, nothing less. And that's exactly how it went.
So thinking that the officers were the criminals involved, like just to explain if Major Crimes gets involved, we know a lot that there's a homicide or drugs or something, we get these releases all the time. But Major Crimes was investigating members of the department. I just want to be clear on that. Sorry if I'm being a knucklehead.
They, in this situation, and that would be a protocol, and that's a question to ask the department, they initiate that based on whatever requirements they have to initiate an investigation to start.
Didn't that seem out of order? You get a call, there's a major crimes investigation, but yet nothing about an internal affairs investigation?
No, because it would start that way. We've had in custody deaths before, and an in custody death can simply be an officer being at the scene, and when an individual is put into an ambulance and is deceased or whatever at some point in time, or whatever the circumstances are. That, I believe, and that's a question for the department, how they generate that issue. Like I said, the message that was given to me was that there's a criminal investigation, that what was offered was that they believe that all the officers did everything appropriate by protocol. That was the only information I received, and what we do at that point in time is simply notify our attorneys to meet with the members, and that's between them and the attorney.
Just to follow up on the earlier, was it your understanding that this was a drug overdose in custody case? And at what point did that stop being your understanding?
I can't say for 100% sure what I was told. If it was, I just can't recall.
Was that ever your understanding? That this was a drug overdose death in custody?
Well, certainly our understanding is that, look, we believe that that individual had a severe problem or issues. There's documentation there listing various drugs. Do I know personally, or can I confirm that I can't confirm that. It's unfortunately what we deal with on way more than we should be dealing with. It's a national crisis.
It's just that's what the mayor has said. Her understanding was that it was a drug overdose death in custody, and that's what was communicated to the city council president. I was just wondering was that ever communicated to you?
I heard that to the press conference, and comments that she made about information the chief gave her. I'm not privy to that. I heard that when you heard that, and I don't know the circumstances of why there's concern by her to the chief. And, they don't bring me into those conversations, believe it or not.
Just for clarification, so that when the police chief's phone call came, as you recall, about a day or two later, then Mr. Pruitt would have still been alive when you received the phone call? So was it even a death investigation or inquiry to begin with?
Right, I believe he had not deceased at that point
Because he
in time.
passed on the 30th, so you would have received the phone call before that day.
Right.
So then is it your understanding that it was not even a death investigation when you received the phone call from the police chief?
Understand, the department initiates an investigation to whatever their protocols, their requirements are. I simply get notified of it. As I said before, these are not uncommon, and sometimes there's absolutely, I believe in a number of those cases, investigations done just to ensure that the evidence is preserved and everything is, recorded in case or need, or if there's a concern or any additional information is determined. I can't even tell you how many times it occurs, but it's not really that uncommon, which is unfortunate and telling to what our problems are. We have a number of OD deaths in this community, I don't know, daily, weekly, monthly, way more than we should.
Do you know if your officers were interviewed before he passed?
We don't know. You know what, I could probably find that information out. The department could probably answer that easier than I could.
How would you characterize the relationship right now between City Hall and Police Department?
Oh, great. We have to work together. We got to cooperate, both the city with the department. Listen, we don't have a choice in that. The department doesn't have a choice in it, and City Hall doesn't. That's the requirement that we have to do for this community. And if something's not being done correctly, then it should be changed, and if there's accountability, then hold people accountable. I will say that I think, as I stated at the start, that there needs to be more emphasis on working together, getting information together. You know, we have 9 city council members. I can't even tell you the last time I've had a conversation, other than maybe say hello in passing, with any of them. And this started going back to their desire to work on a police accountability board, which, as you recall, we were left out of the process on. And you know, we can go into that, and we've heard that a million times, but they're part-time city council members that ask questions, but certainly don't do any work that they should be doing. Spend a little time. They can come to me. I've had that relationship for years with other council members, and I would provide any information. We've never gone through budget hearings without having 100 questions by council members. They want to hear from us as well as from management in the police department as well. Only a week ago, they had a working public safety committee meeting on police overtime. Not one question, not one of them reached out. All that was done in answers from City Hall and the police management was to blame the union contract. There's easy answers to the questions that were being asked. They never got them. I wish they would just, everyone talks about change and getting to better. Then let's start and let's do it. It takes communication and cooperation. We've been willing, and we've been saying that for quite a while. I think the Locust Club has a reputation of being concerned on police practice and how we deal with the community. We were adamant when they took us out of the neighborhoods. We stood up and voiced concern on a zero tolerance initiative that basically said anything moved out there, you pull over and give them a ticket to. I didn't see council members, well, I did see one, but I didn't see other people in the community raising concerns. A police union was doing that. We're very vocal on issues that we think. Why would we support policing that is going to be in conflict with our community that we should be a part of? And we have been, until they took us out of the neighborhoods, and now they say we're not good neighbors. You talk about accountability, talk to the mayor, talk to city council, talk to the chief. Those were the people that did that. And now we have a section being built that's going to go into the neighborhoods, and we have people on city council that are opposed to it. Well, we didn't ask for anything extravagant. We said, give us an old building. Just put us in the neighborhoods so we can get back to where we were before 2004. We worked hard for relationships in this community. Our record shows that. Unfortunately, in this past year, you put the name police union out there, and it's nothing but attacks. I have a city council member that put social tweets on and talking about police unions in other parts of the country. Not one article about here. My response to him was, I Googled corrupt politician, and I think I got 69 million hits. What is that accompanying? What are we accomplishing by that dialogue? How about working together? You know, they get on city council. Well, we've got experience, and we're not appointed, so we can tell you the truth, not what we're told to tell you because we're appointed. We have an interest, and we're a stakeholder in the city. And our officers are committed. Yesterday was a very difficult day for us. Yesterday was the 6-year anniversary of our brother Daryl. We went through, and our officers went through, the tactical unit that worked hand in hand, day in and day out with Daryl, ended their night in about an 18 or 19 or 20-hour shift when they always take this day off, yesterday off, to be by themselves. They weren't. They were out dealing with protests. You talk about wellness. You talk about getting to a better place. All I hear from politicians is a bunch of garbage. We're willing. Don't compare me to someplace else in another part of the country. I won't compare you to that as well. hold us accountable for what we do here and what we're willing to do and what we're willing to say and where we're willing to get to a better place. I would pray that I never, ever have to deal with another matter on police discipline again. That would be utopia. I have enough other matters to deal with. We have a huge amount of things on our plate besides just representing members here. We're ready, we're willing. Let's get there. Let's quit the talk and get to the action.
Do you think the mayor was being truthful about what she said with what she knew and when she knew it with this case?
Yeah. You want my opinion or fact? I think they're both the same. I don't think she was truthful. I just probably put myself out there, but I don't care. I think the community has responded to that press conference. I don't know, I can't speak for everyone.
You said you don't think she was truthful. Did you have communications with her about this before?
I have not had communications with the mayor in several weeks. I had a number of emails last week to her that have gone unanswered. The last time I believe any city public union has any contact with her was when we requested during the well, we're still in a pandemic, right? But we had ongoing weekly Zoom meetings in order to ensure the protections of our members and all city workers during the crisis and the continued crisis here as well. And we're dealing, when these factors get to a point that they're out in front of a pandemic that we're dealing with, and we're dealing with these with protests and large group settings, everyone's completely forgotten about that. And that's still a concern. And it's still a concern that our members bring home to their families. That's why I think we need to immediately get something in place. If there needs to be changes, let's do it. Quit talking, start doing. Quit blaming and talk about cooperating.
What specifically do you think the mayor wasn't being truthful about?
I think just the part after she said, good afternoon.
Just to follow up on that, do you have anything to say specifically that this is how you know that?
You have the same thing that I saw. I mean, ask her, ask the department, ask the questions. You know what to ask. I've pointed you in directions to look. I would reach out to the Division of Criminal Justice Services and ask them on some of the things that I told. I think the AG's office is where everything should be directed at this point. And if that's not independent enough, then let's find another independent place to go, but that's okay. And then, look, when it comes down to it, I ask you the same question I ask myself. If an officer is trained this specific way and they follow that training to a T, how do you hold that officer accountable to other than doing what he was trained to do? If that's not the case, then do what you have to do. We understand that. Listen, we are involved in internal investigations all the time. All we seek in any of those is to ensure that it was a fair process and due process was given and the punishment is fair. It's not fair. Right now, our officers can't go to a hearing. If they believe they absolutely did nothing wrong, and we have a number of cases where that has occurred, where the officers are very adamant, they go to a hearing, they request a hearing. They may get an offer prior to that hearing. They may get an offer that might be 3 days or 5 days or a letter or whatever. If they go to a hearing, we're told that offer's off the table. In fact, it's going to be a lot worse now. And remember, they go to a hearing, they get exonerated, and then the hearing officer comes out and finds them not guilty, then the chief can simply say, thank you for the recommendation, but that officer's guilty, and here's the punishment. If we want civilian review, then why do we not have a arbitration, I don't want to call it arbitration, a neutral, a judge hearing those hearings, and then that decision being binding? That takes the politics out of this. Because if you don't see the politics in what's going on now with police matters, then I'm not sure why you're here. Because that's exactly what's occurring.
Just one thing to go back to this case specifically. You heard from the chief, you said back in March. Was there any other communication about this or involving these 7 officers, 6 officers that were on scene between March and this week?
No, not at all,
Nothing
to my
from
knowledge.
City Hall or the police department command?
To City Hall. With
Or the
City
mayor,
Hall?
The mayor, anybody there?
No,
Nothing?
I think it's stated. It wasn't until yesterday, the day before, that we found the email with the video acknowledgement that's going to be released on it. And that was July 31st. We wouldn't have looked for that had there not been the press conference and this information. Understand, there's a lot going on, certainly, and the pandemic, and that was at the beginning of it. But, these things are constantly evolving and revolving and continuing, and other situations that we're dealing come forward. But certainly, if there was anything going on that we should have been made aware of, we should have been made aware of, number one. But in a criminal investigation, it's got to go its course. And, there's even a court case with the Locust Club going back to the early 90s, I think it was, that is very strict and straightforward on our ability to represent and not represent in a criminal matter. What we provide, obviously, is legal counsel for our member.
When did you first learn of this severity of this case? Was it when you saw video recently, or,
Well, I don't know if it's severity or certainly the concern was from the press conference. And listen, no clue. Only as that press conference, actually, I don't even know if we knew an hour before or whatever that there was a press conference. We had no indication at all, and no heads up on it from anyone.
Are you aware of any potential settlement being discussed among the city and Daniel Pruitt's family?
I'm totally lost. I mean, how do you have to have a criminal investigation completed before you talk about settlement? Or are they trying to cover up what the law department did by releasing information? And now, is there something going on? Those are the concerns and questions we have with City Hall, and we're not privy to it. Like I said, we have a lot of concerns, and I think we share our concerns with the public and with the family, some of their concerns, I'm sure. There's a lot of questions out there. How can the mayor speak about a settlement? And until everything's there, why would you have a conversation with an attorney on a settlement of a lawsuit when you don't know what the results of that investigation is going to show? Why would you give them money until that's settled? Or if they are, that's their concern, not ours. But I'm more concerned why she would speak to that at the press conference. And why, if there's a question with the law department, are we not hearing from the law department? Or she should just answer questions. Not say, you're going to have to ask the law department. They work for her. I think their office is pretty close to each other. Those are questions that I can't answer. I think I have the same questions that you do, and that's a concern. Well, okay, we're good? Anybody want to see this?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I will, it's not my character not to respond to media requests, I think we were clear that we needed some time, and literally we worked around the clock to try to learn. That should be an indication of how much we didn't know. Going forward, I'll try to provide as much information that I can. I also have to listen to the attorneys involved in this because they do represent our members on that concern. But if I can ask off, not specific, but other questions you may have, I'll try to provide those answers to the best of our ability.
Just
Thank
to
you.
clarify, you said you didn't know in advance or until this week about the Attorney General investigation or about the suspensions, or both?
The attorney, I believe I was notified by our attorney that the Attorney General's office, under the executive order, was going to be conducting an investigation. I'm not sure.
So what exactly took you by surprise this week? I remember in the beginning you said you didn't know something.
Well, the conference and our press conference and the concerns, I didn't know where that investigation was. I have since learned that it has not been completed, which is confusing to why the mayor said some of the comments that she made, and more concern on the comments from City Council on our members. What information are they going on? That's my concern.
Okay.
Mike, do you know when you heard about the AG's investigation? Is that out of the ordinary?
No, I think that follows protocol under that order. And I'm not sure if the requirement is for the police department or the district attorney's office to notify.
So did you hear like in April, or did you hear just recently?
You know what, Brian? I think I can't even. It's a blur from March with the pandemic and the whole bit. I don't know if it was even in March or I believe it was our attorney that had said that the AGs would be coming in on this, or maybe it followed the protocol or whatever.
But it was early on, not like just in the last few weeks.
Oh, no, right. What I do know from investigations around the state with the AG's office, they take a considerable amount of time. There's nothing that's done overnight. They work kind of in cooperatively and then sometimes separately, but that's more questions the department probably could answer than I could. I look at it as a good means to show an independence investigation, and I have not heard negative reports to it. So, I'm optimistic that they just do a fair and complete and unbiased investigation. That's all we want.
Those training videos, is that something we could just go to the police?
I will ask if those are online or something. I think Mike Green is the commissioner from here, but I think they could answer all.
We're thankful for all the support Until Freedom has given us, and we won't stop until we get justice. Bottom line.
Excuse me. Talk to the people, let them know what's going on.
So we are here at Churchill Downs in support of Breonna Taylor, in support of Kenneth Walker, in support of Yaya David McIntyre's family. Also, we want to remember our brother Tyler Burke, who was murdered also in the pursuit for justice for Breonna Taylor. We've been protesting now 100 days, some of us a little bit less, some of us a little bit longer. We are here to let Churchill Downs know, and let the city know, let the mayor know, over backs and over shoulders of ancestors who are strong, who will deliver out the people. And we will not be intimidated by these militarized Boy Scouts. And at the end of the day, they put these cages up, they're trying to block us from exercising our First Amendment right. But when the white boys go stand in front of the Capitol steps with their guns and their ARs and shit, they don't get any type of resistance. So why do nonviolent protests get up with any type of resistance? Of any sort. So we're here to let them know that we are standing strongly, 10 toes in solidarity for Breonna Taylor. We're not worried about no intimidation. We're not intimidated. Like I said, we're standing on the shoulders of our ancestors. We sitting on terms of Shaka Zulu, of Harriet Tubman. You feel me? So we not moved by any of this. We're not intimidated. On top of that, we from the city. And you know how Muhammad Ali, you feel me? You know the type of energy Muhammad Ali got.
That's right.
The same type of energy we embody right now. We ain't afraid of none of y'all.
All right.
You feel me? No justice, no dirty.
All right. Want to say something?
I was a mess. I cannot. Okay. Catch me tomorrow. I'll be cute tomorrow. I'll be cute tomorrow.
This is why we say defund the police. This is why we say defund the police. Because this ain't necessary.
They ain't even got their shit together. You scared we gonna run in there? They done blocked their own
We say defund the police. This is
coming down.
This is pay with our dollars.
Coming down, coming down.
Coming down, coming down.
It's actually a shame that people have had to work so hard to their lives to be a part of our movement that is trying to violate arrested, they should have been indicted, and they should be underpaid to really make them responsible for the murder. And I remain who are still out there, regardless of how tired
والحرامي شو صارت بشعلية دمرتوا كل الأحلام شو صارت بشعلية دمرتوا كل الأحلام حرام عليكم حرام في عنا سلام
которые я уже писала штук, наверное, 15, там через месяц приходят ответы, либо что все в порядке, либо что вы правы, а вы нет. В общем, ну как бы это получается так себе метод. Ну, когда-то работает, когда-то нет.
То есть ты белая ворона в своей семье,
ну,
да?
Да.
А что касается твоих знакомых, друзей, вот там такая же картина, или все-таки там у тебя есть какие-то единомышленники,
ну,
которые
там
знают?
как бы знают, но отношения получше, чем в семье, но все-таки таких же прям активистов, как я, пока нет. Но я немножко так сдвигаю.
Понятно. То есть ты пытаешься все-таки их, да, перетащить на сторону добра?
Ну да, потихоньку.
Спасибо, спасибо, Соня. Спасибо.
Спасибо.
Ну вот, смотрите, пришел постоять сегодня в пикете Булат Халиуллин, когда 23 августа я снимал акцию солидарности с народом Беларуси. Как раз Булат держал большой флаг свободной Беларуси и попал в кадр. Может быть, вы вспомните его. Ну а я вам покажу, что еще здесь есть. Эта станция метро была построена в 1985 году, в ноябре, то есть ей в ноябре исполнится... Проходили мимо парни и случайно задели меня, извинились. Ей в ноябре этого года исполнится 35 лет. Я переехал сюда в 1988 году, то есть прошло 32 года, это родная для меня станция. Чертаново достаточно известный район в Москве. И что касается нашего метропикета здесь, как я вам уже сказал, это достаточно оживленная точка. То есть из всех 12 выходов мы выбрали именно эту точку, потому что здесь очень много транспорта и очень большой трафик. Мы попробовали стоять с другой стороны улицы, вот там, который сейчас находится на ваших экранах. Но разница между этими двумя точками состоит в том, что здесь каждую пятницу с 5 вечера до 8 вечера проходят одни и те же люди. Вот там, где мы стоим сейчас. Вот там через дорогу тоже достаточно большой поток людей. Но там постоянно проходят разные люди. А ведь эффект метропикета состоит в том, что мы хотим дать людям понять, что гражданский активизм, наше участие в жизни страны – это вещь ненаказуемая. И когда люди из недели в неделю, из месяца в месяц видят нас на одной и той же точке с достаточно смелыми плакатами против политических репрессий, против государственного насилия, против произвола силовиков, ФСБ, МВД, Центр противодействия экстремизму. И вот когда они видят из месяца в месяц нас на этой точке, они понимают, что это ненаказуемо, что мы, несмотря на наши смелые плакаты, не сели в тюрьму, нас никто не покалечил. И мы надеемся на то, что, возможно, эти люди, может быть, со временем, не сразу, конечно, но вот за эти несколько месяцев поймут, что можно участвовать в жизни страны и нужно. И при этом ты рискуешь не так сильно, как, может быть, тебе кажется. Вот мы очень хотим донести эту мысль до наших сограждан и, может быть, вовлечь наших сограждан. Кстати, у нас были случаи, когда мимо нас проходил какой-то человек и просил у нас разрешения встать с плакатом. Кстати, вот я только что его здесь видел. Сейчас. Видимо, он уже прошел. Он поприветствовал меня, но не попал в кадр. Его зовут Кирилл Неганов. И он был именно тем человеком, который сказал: а можно мне тоже встать? Он встал с плакатом и пришел еще в следующую пятницу. Это было очень трогательно. Поэтому вот видите, живой пример, когда прохожий хочет, вдохновившись нашим примером, тоже хочет поучаствовать в этом. Но здесь Мария Гуренко, еще одна участница. Посмотрите, какой необычный плакат. ФСБ пытает, видите, такие стилизованные потеки крови. Дела нового величия и сети сфабрикованы. И здесь указаны два сайта. Кстати, потом вы можете, либо вы можете сейчас запомнить, либо вы можете потом зайти в запись этой трансляции. Слева делонове.ру и справа rupression.com. Эти два сайта посвящены...
Don't care nothing about no guns, no none of that.
You said it's your neighbors?
Share, share, share. Everybody share. Let's make it go viral. We need 1 million views. Just keep sharing it. Churchill Downs. We live at Churchill Downs. No derby. No justice, no peace. No derby. You that concerned with some horses running? Fuck them horses. People out here dying in the streets over some bullshit. People ain't gonna keep on taking it. I ain't accepting no ass whoopings. None of that. So, it's justice and peace. No justice, no peace for this. But I wouldn't accept none of it. It'd be another press conference going on. People are tired of being beat down in the streets. Just for a bullshit traffic stop, it turns into a death. Just because some racist ass cop or some motherfucker mad because you a different color than him. Foolish ass shit. And they want to talk about smarts and intelligence and all the rest of that. How the fuck we still going through this shit in 2020? Racial injustice. This shit crazy. We got all these scientists and doctors and PhDs, but you can't figure that one out. Or do you already have it figured out, but you just don't want to implement and execute on what needs to be done for others to move up that scale from the social economic injustice that's going on in these communities? That's part of the problem. Too many people in position that don't give a fuck because it's not affecting them personally. when you start messing with the economic infrastructures, they'll start paying attention. Because truthfully, if you don't care, cool. But you ain't gonna keep on putting your foot on my neck or any others. So I say, me personally, no justice, no peace. No bullshit. We'll set it off in the streets. No justice, no peace. Shit. Keep sharing. That's what I'm saying. Keep sharing. Keep sharing this. Keep sharing it. Everybody need to know. I've been all across streaming this shit. It's the same problems. How the hell did we keep having the same problems? Same problems. What is that telling you? The same problems. It's a system. System's the problem, and those who are at the top of it. Shit need to be broke down. 2020 and still going through this racist shit. This shit is crazy. Fuck you. How can you still be racist in 2020? How can you wake up and say, man, I'm mad at you because you black, or you white, or you green, or you purple? Man, that shit is crazy. Like I said, no justice, no peace. Me personally, I wouldn't go for this shit. I ain't accepting no ass whoopings and none of that shit. None of that. It'd be another press conference. But just know that. No justice, no peace. Shit. Bullshit ain't nothing. Yeah, we out here in the streets, man. We out here in these motherfucking streets. This shit real. We out here in these streets. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. Huh?
The No Jesus guy.
Who?
The No Jesus guy.
Oh, over here?
Yeah.
You say you want to go talk to him?
No, I was just asking.
Yeah. So be out here.
I have about 60 seconds.
Thank y'all. No justice, no peace. Share, share, share. Share, share, share. We at Churchill Downs, where they have barricaded Churchill Downs to protect their money. If y'all notice, and if they would go look, they spent a whole lot of money just to stop the people from protesting, from walking through. Like, for real, just think about that. And then another thing, they wanted us to shoot the backdrop of Speedway on the corner of Central and Taylor Boulevard. Speedway it's insignificant in this. Churchill Downs is everything because it talks to the power structure.
My man, we're gonna do this interview real quick.
All right, so shutting down Churchill Downs is the primary objective. They'll pay attention to their money. So I'm signing off. Glad y'all tuned in. No justice, no peace. Thank you.
ФСБ пытает. Кого пытает?
Спасибо. Спасибо.
На здоровье.
Давайте.
Ну так что же будете с наркотой-то делать?
Давайте, вот представьте себе.
Я бы ввел китайский закон. Кого поймали с наркотой? На мушку и к стенке.
На чем мы остановились?
То есть к стенке, на мушку.
Мы можем, кстати,
нажатие на
да.
курок.
Обязательно рядом с ним
На
стоять.
чем мы остановились?
И я еще раз подчеркну, посмотрите, какие смелые пикетчики.
Чье пытали?
Вот представьте
Вот.
себе, непонятно же, что сейчас ожидать от этого человека. Вы слышали, он сказал одной рукой сюда, второй сюда, он имел в виду, что он там ударит кого-то. Вот, несмотря на это, вот видишь, Маша, да? Ну, ты знаешь, такие случаи бывают. Расскажи, давай сначала закончим тему с Эдуардом.
Да.
Как себя он ощущает там?
С соседями у него все нормально, на администрацию он тоже не жалуется, на работу его не выводят в связи с его состоянием здоровья. Он в нерабочем отряде, телевизор у них там есть, новую газету он получает, еще он какие-то издания получает, просто я не помню.
Скажи, пожалуйста, это единственный фигурант московского дела, с кем ты... Или, может быть, еще другие же дела? Вот, кстати,
нет, я еще...
Новое величие.
Нет, я еще переписываюсь с Данилом Беглецом и с Рашулевичем из Барса.
А как тебя занесло в дело Барса? Почему ты, я напомню всем, что это калининградское дело, как ты узнала о нем и почему ты прикипела? Для меня было неожиданностью, что вдруг ты обратила на него внимание, потому что оно не очень-то широко освещается в сети.
Ну, во-первых, «Новая газета» писала достаточно регулярно, МБХ в интернете, «Свобода» и все прочее тоже регулярно писали, в Телеграме тоже были все каналы, то есть там было все про дату судов и все подробности. А так я тебе что могу сказать?
Thank you, Ms. Shirley. See, when you're tall, you always gotta adjust microphones. There we go. So I want to thank everybody for having me and Paul in Midland today for very unfortunate circumstances. As Mr. Collins just stated, the reason why we're here is that the criminal justice system has allowed for the enablers of injustice to continue to persist. That is why Tremaine Howe has been murdered, placed in the ground for speeding. The reason why he was pulled over was for speeding. These are the facts. These are the facts that are undisputed. No one can dispute those facts. When you get pulled over for a traffic violation, you should not end up losing your life. That is the reason why Paul and I are here today, to come here and put a real legal face to this case. Because without us being here fighting for this family, the conspiratorial agents of the criminal justice system in Ector County would have endeavored to ensure that justice for Tremaine would not prevail. But we're here to say otherwise. With our fight, which is going to be lodged in civil court now, because the district attorney has determined that criminal charges are not appropriate, we will seek out justice for this family and for Tremaine and for the citizens of Ector County. This is not a black problem. This is a community-wide problem. And our white brothers across the street, armed to the teeth, surrounding us, you guys need to know, too, that this can happen to you as well. That's right. What happens to one of us happens to all of us. We're all American citizens, okay? So us fighting for Tremaine and his family, we're not just fighting for a black family. We're fighting for a united family, a united American family against injustice carried out by law enforcement across this country, not just here in Midland County. Not Midland County, but Ector County. So we want you guys to stand with us and support this lawsuit that we are going to file soon. We still got to conduct our investigation. What we have now are very cloudy facts, and we're not going to get into the facts here. But what we do have is a statement by the Ector County DA stating that there was excessive force used against Tremaine. It's uncontrovertible. That's a fact that came from a leading law enforcement agent in this county. So anybody that tries to push back against that, they're pushing back against their elected DA that they elected. And I don't believe Bobby Bland is a liberal. I think he's a conservative. I think he's someone that conservatives put in office, and he actively did a complete audit of this case and determined that there was police misconduct that happened in that jail when Tremaine passed away. So Paul and I are going to take the baton that Bobby Bland gave to us, and we're going to try and take it home and make sure that justice is served for this family and for this community. And I'm going to give it to Paul for his statements, and then we're going to take a few questions from media.
What do we want? Justice! Whether you shouted, or whether you said it under your breath, or you dreamt about it last night, what do you want? You want justice. If I said I want justice, or if I said I want justice to myself, it doesn't pass the meaning of what we want. And for Tremaine, I had said his name before I had said my own, because that's what justice requires. I had said Tremaine's name before I had told you who I am, because that's what this gathering requires. And that's why we are here, saying other people's names before our own, putting their thoughts and their well-being of past victims and maybe future victims ahead of our own well-being. Because you know what? Each of us shares some, if not all, of the same attributes that Tremaine shares. You could say, look, that's not me. That was Tremaine. I don't know Tremaine. But you know what? It could be you next. That's right. It could be your neighbor. It could be your parent. It could be your child. It could be a child of God like we all are. It could be a servant to the Almighty like we all are. And so to say, it doesn't really affect me, or it's not in my backyard, guess what? It's in your backyard. I'm in your backyard. I'm in their front yard, just like you. And we're not intimidated by anything across the street or on this side of the street to stop us from saying what we believe in. So if we shout it out and say we want justice, or if we whisper it to ourselves and say we want justice, it still is justice. And you know what? We are men and women divinely inspired. That's what we are. Striving for a cause greater than our own. And so, in county squares, at county courthouses, in small and large towns across the nation, other folks share our sentiments. And they should be outside sharing it with other people on occasion. But I, along with my co-counsel Justin Moore, are going to make sure that we represent the Howell family to the best extent possible. And people are going to talk about us. They're going to talk about these Dallas attorneys that came to Ector County. They don't know me. You don't know me. Justin knows me. The family knows me. But you're going to hear a lot of stuff about me and Justin that you didn't know. And a lot of it ain't true. And some of it is. And we're going to surprise some people. But you know what? I am educated. And I don't make excuses for that. And I do have experience. And I don't make excuses for that. And I am committed. And I do persevere. And I am diligent. Because I rely not on my own understanding, that's why. Because none of this is mine. Just like none of this is yours. So when you elevate the tools that you have, and when preparation meets opportunity, here we are. Here we are, trying to serve for those that haven't been served before, or maybe have been marginalized or forgotten. We have responsibilities, and I'm gonna take my time here, because this is why you're here. I'm gonna take my time. Some of y'all may have to go. I'm not gonna take too long. Some of y'all may have other duties. But these are some of the most important of my own affairs. Important enough for Justin and I to fly here this morning to be with you, to show our support for the family and for Tremaine. But you know, we have responsibilities. And I'm not talking about being busy. I'm talking about we have responsibilities. Like a child or an adult. Sometimes you have to take responsibility for things that are not your fault. I tell my kids, I say, sometimes you got to take responsibility for things that are not your fault. And that's called accountability. So you could argue about the fact, well, that's not my fault. I didn't tell them to do that. That's not their programs. I didn't tell so-and-so to go do that. Yeah, but who's accountable? So you know what I call this? I call this an accountability rally. This is an accountability rally. This is for Tremaine today. It may be for somebody else next week.
That's right.
It might have been for George Floyd last month. It might be for Jacob Blake tomorrow. It might be for your neighbor next month. Who knows who it's going to be for? But who's accountable? Are people toting guns trying to intimidate you accountable?
No.
No. They should be on this side of the street, promoting justice and equality and fairness and the things that we say we believe in, instead of trying to intimidate those that are trying to uphold the values that we wrote down and we put on a document that we don't uphold.
That's right.
So if I got to come out to Ector County to talk about things which you say you believe in, I don't mind getting on a plane to come talk about that. And with all that education and all that experience, it taught me how to say some things that I wanted to say. But so did who I am and my faith. It taught me how to say it to people that share those beliefs. And you know what? Just like the sun rises in the east, which is odd because it doesn't matter where you are on the planet, you say the sun rises on the east. But when you leave this planet and when you go off in the universe or deep into interstellar space, there's no direction. There's no north, south, east, or west. But there is a way. There is a way, a universal way. And I am the way, the truth, and the light. I am the way. And that's the direction that we're headed. So wherever you stand, you should be dictated by that truth. So what do we know? Well, what do I know? I know what you know. And I know that on the 15th of June, one of God's servants was stopped on a roadside stop. A Class C misdemeanor, presumably, like jaywalking or spitting on a sidewalk. But stopped. And guess what? For whatever reason, was arrested. And guess what? For whatever reason, was taken to the Ector County Jail. And guess what? For whatever reason, he ended up in an altercation at the jail, just like Justin said. Guess what? He ended up tragically and unfortunately deceased in the Ector County Jail. And is that worthy of just a shoulder shrug? Like, oh, because it's not your relative? Or because it's not your neighbor? Or because it wasn't you? No. That's not what justice requires. So what do we want? We want truth.
That's right.
We want truth.
That's right.
When do we want it? We want it now. We want it now. What do we want? We want fairness.
That's right.
When do we want that? I'd like it right now. What do we want? We want due process.
That's right.
When do we want due process? We would like it now, please. We would have liked it in 1789 when you wrote about it, but we'll take it now. What do you want? I would like equal protection under the law, under the 14th Amendment. Where would you like that? I'd like it now, please. I'd like it now. Now is good. We need it now. We want the way, we want the light, we want the truth. We want to be guided by things not misleading and not secular. We want to be high-minded. We want to elevate what we're doing and make it bigger than Tremaine. Tremaine is important to all of us, but it's bigger than Tremaine. And even Tremaine would say that. It's bigger than me. And so, you know what? What else do I know? And then I'm gonna let you ask some questions in a bit. I know that in July and August, we requested some information from the Texas Rangers who were conducting an investigation, air quotes, for those that are writing for the paper. I have yet to receive any documentation from Texas Rangers, neither has Justin. I know this, I know that on the 21st of August, I wrote a series of correspondence to Ector County Jail, Crane County Jail, Ector County DA. I know that I have yet to receive any documents
or any information. I know that I've yet to receive a reply of any type from Ector County Sheriff's Office, Crane County Sheriff's Office, and I did get a reply from the DA's office, Bobby Bland, in the form of some communications, and in the form of 2 videos that are a little less than 5 minutes apiece, that basically show the same thing from 2 different angles. And you know what? After 2.5 months and multiple requests, written and oral, I got 8 minutes of video. I got 8 minutes of video. That's what I got. But you know what? We're going to investigate. We're going to take what the Texas Rangers did and haven't shown us. And we're going to take what the DA did and hasn't provided to us. And we're going to find out what the sheriff did and didn't tell us. And we're going to do something with it. And then they're going to know that we meant what we said about justice, equality, due process, and equal protection. Right. And you know what? What about the others? Aubrey, Sandra, Brianna, Jacob, George, people that weren't on video, countless other people, unheard, unseen, disrespected, disregarded, disenfranchised, misappropriated, misinformed, manslaughtered, murdered, mistreated. Who's with us to address this? Who's with us? Or do we just keep adding names to the list? And then the 15-minute news cycle runs its course. And then we move on to the next name in the next city. So you know what? As far as Ector County goes, and as far as Jermaine goes, and as far as the Howell family goes, that list stops here now.
That's right. That's right.
Okay? Because we're going to find out what happened.
That's right.
Okay? That's what we're going to do. And I haven't cast any aspersions to anybody. Period. I had told you what I'm going to do. And I might have told you what you should have done. Because when a grand jury came back and said that there was no criminal activity in this case, when your DA said that there was excessive force used, that's contradictory. And if you don't know what contradictory means, then go get some experience and go get educated. And put that gun down. So I'm gonna leave it over to Justin to see if we have any questions.
Also, I want to make remarks about comments from some of your city officials from this week discussing how they would respond to protests in Ector County. I believe there was a fire chief, an assistant fire chief, who was suspended for making claims or threats that he was going to show up to protest and possibly use gun violence to prevent us from expressing our First Amendment rights. That's one person who needs to be held accountable. I don't believe a suspension is appropriate. He needs to be further reprimanded. He needs to lose his job. Your city officials do not need to trade in terroristic rhetoric used to prevent people expressing their constitutional rights. Your city officials should not trade in that type of language. So we're going to call on his boss, whoever he may be, to do his job and to terminate him immediately. And some other folks who are retirees from the Ector County Sheriff's Department, they're going to avoid having to meet accountability because they stopped being sheriffs a long time ago. So maybe we can't do anything about them, but we need to put them on notice and put the public on notice that that type of language is not going to prevent us from coming to Midland, Odessa, to fight for justice for a family that deserves it, to fight for justice for a community that deserves it. No more terroristic language, please. And if you do hear it, if you see it on social media, let us know. Because we understand we don't live here, so we can be considered outsiders, but maybe we do have a cloud of safety to be able to raise our voices and hold people's feet to the fire when they talk like that. So let us know. If you can't let your own officials know, we'll let them know ourselves, all right? We're going to take some questions.
Sir, you said that you received videos
So at this moment, we still have to confer with our clients. We saw the videos. We actually just got in town. So we're going to talk to the family, and out of respect for them, we're going to let them know what's in the videos first before we think about giving comment to the media. But I will say this, what the DA Bobby Bland suggested in regards to excessive force, that was corroborated by the videos.
What does justice look like for you all?
Well, justice looks like proportionality. We need a proportionate response from the law enforcement agencies here when it comes to the excessive force that was used against Tremaine. They avoided criminal liability, so now all we have is a civil rights suit that we can use and leverage to get justice. So for us would be getting the family to a place to where they feel whole, which they will probably never feel, because a mother and a father lost a son. Children lost a father. So there's no way we can make them completely whole, but whatever the law provides us when it comes to a remedy standpoint, we're going to try and exhaust that.
Counselor, you said for whatever reason he was pulled over, and then the sheriff said he ran and led them on a high-speed chase into Ector County. The medical examiner says he swallowed a baggie of meth, and that's what killed him. You didn't include that in your speech today.
Right.
How does that play into all of this?
So, I mean, frankly, sir, that's a great question. So, of all the documents and videos that we received, we have not received any dash cam footage that shows why Tremaine was pulled over. All we have is the police report.
Away from the bus.
At the end of the day, we don't trust law enforcement. We don't trust law enforcement auditing other law enforcement agencies. So the family, what they did before they hired us, they took the initiative to get an independent autopsy conducted. So we're still waiting on that report. So ultimately, whether the meth existed in the system or not, or how it was ingested, I mean, that's still pending, because we need an independent examiner to give us answers to that.
Let me add something to that. If the implication is that the autopsy's been released, or that the manner and means of death was a meth overdose, then release the document to us. Yeah, but I'm saying release the document to us, not to you. I didn't send the letter to you, and I didn't ask you to give us a document. You're not the prosecuting agency, you're not the sheriff's office, and you're not the county. So if the county has nothing to hide, and all they want to do is say, well, he meth overdosed, give us the document that says that. I don't take issue with your question, because I didn't ask you for anything, any documents. I know what's out there. But the prosecuting agency and the county in which a person lost their life, if they have nothing to hide, should say, here's the document. And it's not our fault. So go away. Instead of not responding or not replying. So you ask a fair question. And even if what you said is accurate, because I haven't seen the document from them, in the investigation of what occurred at that jail in regards to the excessive force, who knows what triggered a bag to burst that may or may not have been in somebody's body if you're getting excessively beat, or who knows what circumstances went on leading up to that. And we don't know. And we don't know is not a good answer, because the people that have the information won't give it to us. Don't you deserve to know? Wouldn't you want to know? So we just take the mystery out of it. It's contradictory to say it's not our fault. No crime happened here. But then not give us any information. Give us information. Next question.
What are you planning? Are you going to see at the sheriff's office tomorrow?
Yes, the family, they do have plans to be at the sheriff's office tomorrow.
Where will y'all be at?
Pending, quite possibly.
So do you think there's a justice for white America and justice for black America?
Well, it's not about it. I think that is what has experience and evidence from multiple cases, from multiple eras and generations suggests. And it does suggest that there isn't two Americas when it comes to justice. I mean, look at it like this. The district attorney said that there was excessive force that occurred maybe an hour before a man passed away. We don't know what the causal link is to his death. Some say it's meth. We could say that, just like my co-counsel Paul suggested, this man got mercilessly beaten, in which whatever that he ingested culminated with this beatdown. But yet these officers have not met any type of criminal liability, whether it's a misdemeanor or a felony. How does the DA, the district attorney, say that excessive force was used and that the Ector County Sheriff's Department needs to look into those officers, but also walk it back and say, well, I'm not going to criminally prosecute these people? That's contradictory. Because if they acted outside of the scope of their job, but yet the DA said that there was excessive force, he's implying that a crime was committed. But yet the grand jury denied indictment. And we also know Rick Perry, I think he's from around this area, right? He said it himself. A prosecutor can indict a ham sandwich. And we all know a ham sandwich ain't doing anything that's criminal. Am I right?
Last time I checked, they hadn't done anything criminal.
It might not taste too good depending on where you get it from, which could be criminal for the person that's making it. But the ham sandwich itself ain't committing no crimes. So what I'm saying here, the DA said that there was excessive force. The implication is police misconduct. And Paul and I are both prosecutors. We haven't seen the entire file. Maybe it wasn't provided to us ahead of the grand jury because we would have come to a different decision on how to present the evidence to the grand jury. But I know from my time as a prosecutor, Paul has immense experience as a prosecutor. We know that if there's excessive force being used and someone dies just a matter of moments later, that a crime or criminal liability could be applied to those actors that mercilessly beat that person moments before he passed away.
Yeah, and I'll just, the nature of your question is a fair question, just like this gentleman's question. And we actually run towards contact. We don't run away from contact. So I don't mind your question. I actually
and the plaque most likely too. And they're going to take our rebel to Charing Cross police station when he has been removed. So if anybody is watching who knows this rebel from Reading, then perhaps you could let his buddies know where he is, what's happening, and that he's going to be at Charing Cross. Yeah, have a look at the Extinction Rebellion Worcester Facebook page if you want to see this video. Right, here we go. This is looking interesting. This is what happens. You worried about your hair? Isn't your hand on your arm or something to worry about?
No, my hair is unmessable. It's a constant mess.
I think we've all got rather messy hair at the moment, and you're very lucky that you haven't.
Well, yeah, after camping for 4 days. So.
Yeah, I'm feeling a bit bedraggled too. Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
So let's have a look at this. So there's an officer here filming to make sure it's all done safely. So our rebel's been given a visor to wear. As you can see, his hair is perfectly safe, and his eyes and face are too. There's going to be some kind of solvent used. So if you have a look at this, this is chap is being de-glued from Lloyd's of London. Yes, thank you, Rebel, says Taylor. Thank you, Taylor, for your comment. It's good to know that people are watching and people appreciate what he's doing for us, for highlighting this problem. Wow! Woo! He's off. That was so quick.
Are you okay?
Are you okay? Yeah. Good. Fantastic.
Yeah.
Amazing thing you're doing. Yeah. All the rebels here are being very supportive and thanking him for what he's done. As you are at home, I'm sure. It's great if you can't actually be here at Rebellion, you can see what's happening on Facebook. Just keep checking Facebook live streams. as we're filming, the police are filming too, and they're all of them filming us with their best cameras. But we are within our rights here to film this.
Feeling alright? How's that arm?
Yeah, it's getting the blood back.
Yeah.
So at the moment, the rest of our march has carried on around London, and I suspect there may be similar blue plaques having been placed or being placed elsewhere. I don't know about that. That cannot be ascertained for sure. However, we know that one rebel here has been very brave and put this plaque on Lloyd's of London to highlight their crimes against the environment and their crimes against our planet and their crimes against humanity. How can they continue to get away with this behaviour? Why do we still bank with them? If you have a bank account with Lloyd's of London, if you have an insurance policy with them, reconsider. Find a more ethical provider.
I don't want to carry you for your dignity. My back. It's up to you.
Everyone's very concerned for his welfare, making sure that he's okay. And he seems pretty good, but he's unable to walk to the van, which obviously after standing there all that time, I'm not surprised really. Yeah, he must be very tired after that, all that emotion. So yeah, if you are at an action and you are risking arrest, make sure you have a bust card. So if you do get arrested, the police do take your things with you. You'll get them taken away from you at the police station while you're there. And when you're at the police station, I guess you might be charged with something. And you might have to give your information about who you are and where you live. And you'll find out why you've been arrested exactly. I don't know. Did you ask your questions? What questions should you ask when you're being approached by the police? Do you remember the rules? Yeah? No comment? No duty solicitor? Are you feeling okay?
That's all right, we'll do it.
Yeah. No caution, no caution.
Yeah, of course, yeah, I'm not going to make you do it on your own.
Right, so let's just step back so we can see what's happening here. So all the rebels are here watching, the police are filming, each officer's filming as well. And they're about to, I think, carry our rebel to the van to take him to Charing Cross Police Station.
Alright, cool, no worries. We'll put you in the back. Alright. No, sorry. Have you ever been arrested?
No comments? Remember, Extinction Rebellion do help prepare rebels before they take part in actions where this sort of thing might happen. So don't be afraid. Get yourself educated.
I'll take it if you like. Do you want me to take it back?
Yeah, that'll be
You take it? Okay. Oh, I don't mind.
Now, I'm not going to say anything more about why this rebel might not be walking to the van, but you know, you can maybe figure that out for yourself. It's up to you. Officers are now putting on gloves and wearing masks. And I'll have to quickly move out of the way. We're going to lift him carefully.
Way! Well done, King! You okay? All good?
Woo, we love you! We love you!
Well done! Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. And there.
Thank you very much.
And that is the end of that for us. But for that brave rebel, probably going to have several hours. So Arresti support here, rebel welfare, well-being, de-escalation, rebels. Oh, and the plaque is down. And there's a little bit of a mark on the glass there. I don't know if there's been any damage. Let's hope not. I shouldn't think so. That should come off pretty easily. It's just... there you go. So there's a few marks on the glass there which should probably come off quite easily with solvent. There's the plaque. Bye bye blue plaque. Thank you to our rebel for doing that. So, you've all witnessed an arrest taking place in London. Now you know what to expect if you come yourself to rebellion, if it should happen to you. London should be famous. They should be famous because they invest in fossil fuels. They should be famous because they have a history of dealing in slaves and making money from the slave trade. They should be famous because they're helping to exploit countries of the world, in the global south, places in the world that are, you know, being exploited by greedy industries. Destroying our planet, destroying the environment, and this brave rebel here today, in the back of this police van, about to be taken away. And that's the end of my live broadcast. Bye everyone.
И пружинистой походкой ушел к метро. Это все произошло настолько быстро, что я, пожалуй, и испугаться не успел.
Это да. Но ведь смотри, когда происходит такое событие, нет ли у тебя опасения, что это может повториться?
Это вполне может повториться.
Готов ты к этому?
Это действительно повторилось у нас на пикете уже с другим пикетчиком.
Вот именно. Ну и даже я смотрю, тебя второй раз не отвадил отсюда. То есть ты продолжаешь сюда приходить. Как это? Как ты в себе... Тебе приходится в себе культивировать какую-то смелость? Расскажи.
Я, если честно, об этом не задумывался. И когда подходит время следующей пятницы, я готовлюсь к ней так же, как и обычно. Рисую плакаты, выхожу.
Понятно. То есть ты просто в определенный... Давай я переведу твои слова. Ты, наверное, просто с тех пор, как начал участвовать в метропикете, решил, что это надо делать. Если был какой-то страх, ты в себе его подавил. Ты решил, что, что бы ни случилось, ну, мы не говорим о каком-то криминале, да, какие бы неприятности ни случились, ты будешь продолжать выходить, и так оно и происходит, да? То есть ты решил это с самого начала.
Это я действительно решил, что это надо делать. В основном это следует из того, что изначально метропикет задумывался с целью поддерживать пострадавших по московскому делу летом 2019 года. И значимость цели, она перевесила сомнения, надо это делать. В центре мы обычно выходили в 2-3 точках, выходя на пике до 50 разных станций, покрывая этими пикетами, мы это делаем не только для того, чтобы освободить политзаключенных, а также и для того, чтобы местные жители видели нас, подходили, интересовались, а мы бы вводили бы их в курс дела.
Спасибо, Саш. Я еще раз напомню всем, или может быть кто-то подошел чуть позже, что Александр Фирсов – это тот самый человек, который выходит в метропикет на Пражской с самого первого дня. Мы вместе с ним открывали станцию Пражская. Нас было 2 человека. Представьте себе, мы вышли 2 одиноких ковбоя. Это было вот там, через перекресток. Вот видите, вот с той стороны, там вдалеке видна буква М. Мы вышли туда. Мы после первого раза поняли, что есть здесь выходы более оживленные. На следующий день, не на день, а на следующую пятницу у нас было уже 5 человек, а еще через неделю у нас было уже 10. И вот так вот мы выходили несколько месяцев, и Саша был тем самым человеком, который участвовал во всех метропикетах. Саш, спасибо тебе большое, что выходишь.
Oh, sorry, I put my hand in the way. Hiya! See that? Sorry for the horrible sight just then. Yeah, sorry I keep losing you. There's a message. So yes, you that message from Ray. Absolutely, if you can't come to the rebellion, then you can support in so many different ways, and one of them is sharing this video and talking about what we're talking about. Hello! Hi guys! And I'm getting take my cardigan off, sorry, it's getting quite hot. I might jiggle a bit. Hiya! Sorry, just taking my cardi off. Would anybody here like to have a quick word with Southeast Facebook to explain why they're here? Yeah? Hi.
Hello.
What's your name?
Jim.
Hi Jim, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So why are you here?
I'm here because I've got 2 sons.
Yeah.
And I want them to grow up in a safe and just and fair and sustainable world.
Great, I think that's probably what a lot of us feel. and the funny thing is, that's what everybody's going to want really, isn't it? But they just don't necessarily know
Yeah.
that's not what's on the cards.
Yeah, the thing is, if we do nothing, that's not what's going to happen.
Yeah.
So we need to raise the alarm, we need to bang a drum,
yeah.
We need to act now, and we need to change the system so that does happen.
Absolutely. Where have you come from?
I come from Brighton.
Brighton, okay, great. Well done. Are you going to stick with the rest of the day or the rest of the journey?
Tonight, so
okay.
I can.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Really, really appreciate it. Nice to meet you, Jim. Okay, I'm going to go on to somebody else. Anybody else like to have a word about, say, to the Facebook page why they're here? Anybody want to say why they're here? Yeah. Yeah, hi, what's your name?
I'm Lizzie.
Hi Lizzie, nice to meet you. Where are you from?
From Brighton.
Okay, great.
I'm here mainly because of my kids.
Yeah.
They're doing better.
Uh-huh.
Like, scared about the future and what that holds for them. So if there's anything that can be done, I want to do it. I don't think that they see it every day. Just recycling and...
Come for the bus.
Although that's all good and we need to do it.
Sorry, if it just needs to move along a bit. There's a big bus coming. Yeah.
Helpful, but I think
it's not enough.
It's not enough and it's only the big changes.
Yeah.
And we're all campaigning for that are going to make a difference.
Brilliant, thank you. And is this your first day or have you been doing it?
It's my third day.
Okay, well done, brilliant. It's been amazing, hasn't it? What's been the highlights of your journey?
Positive responses and like being able to get leaflets out to people for the outreach.
Yeah, it's the best outreach possible, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Brilliant. Thank you so much.
So things didn't get out of hand. Like you think you were just in case. And did you hear anything that they said at the presser about, they felt like you guys were intimidating them and they weren't going to be intimidated by your guns? Is that why you came out here? You said you came out here to make sure things don't get out of hand, but they felt like you were intimidating them.
I can't tell you why they would feel intimidated. I don't know why they would. If they're not planning on doing anything wrong or being on the wrong side of the law, you have nothing to be intimidated by. I'm not intimidated here today by them. I don't know why they would be intimidated by them, by us. I'm unarmed. There's no reason to be intimidated by me. We're also here, you know, in all honesty, protecting the community. And they are a part of the community. We're protecting them as well. Our side tends to get rowdy. Their side tends to get rowdy. We're here in Stanford peace.
There were law enforcement officers, there's the police, Ector County Sheriff's Office. So why did you feel that you also needed to be out here to protect people if there were law enforcement on all sides of the
Community member. I have an investment in this town, in this state, and my brothers and sisters here. I just don't want to see things getting out of control. I'm here to back my sheriff's department, my police department, my military. I stand behind them 100%, and that's what I'm here for.
There's been law enforcement out here also, they've always showed up too, and it's gotten out of hand. So you said their side tends to get rowdy, your side tends to get rowdy. What's your side?
American, patriot.
So this is a victory for the people today. So from my perspective, we need to celebrate our victories when we can get them, because they are far in between. But today is a victory.
You know, back in June, I believe, close to the manufacturing, there was another protest here, you know, getting peaceful. So, you know, they've already demonstrated once that they remain peaceful. So what makes you come back out, you know, again, you know, if they've already demonstrated that?
Oh, if they've already demonstrated it out here peacefully, what's the need for them to come back a second time? They don't know. You know, like I said, I have an investment in my community, in my home, my city, my brothers and sisters here, my brothers and sisters in blue. And, you know, if they feel the need to come back out, then we feel the need to come back out and make sure all...
Sure what this guy thinks he's doing. We'll find out. You guys are watching this live, so you're seeing what's happening. You're seeing how this private security guard is coming up to bother the situation. Not necessary.
Do you own this McDonald's, sir? No, I do not.
They have the permission of the owner to be here, though.
Yeah. Is there something you talk to somebody about? Yeah. So.
Something you need?
No, is there something you can talk about? What's going on? Thank you. So.
We don't own this McDonald's either, sir. Not a crime to put flowers on a fence. Good look, these are the guys, the development company that's doing the desecration. Police. Members of the community. Yeah. That's a good point someone's making. Other sacred sites we know that are desecrated are Native American sacred sites, like the Black Hills in South Dakota and a ridge in the southwest. Alright, I'm going to sign off for a minute and get my battery figured out, but I'll be back. Thanks, everyone.
Sit there. Fine. Ain't no
fear today. Ain't no fear today. Gonna make your trouble today. Make your trouble today.
No, I was coming in. Yeah, no, thank you. So we shut them down now, right? So this is a victory.
Yeah.
So I think we get in the street, but we don't necessarily have to spill all of our beans today.
I think that makes sense.
Yeah. I talk to the team, rest of the team.
Okay, so I'm just gonna,
Tom,
so
we're all the unmovables. Where are they at? They're just. Can they all come over here for a second?
So I'm just gonna tell. So I've started to tell them, like for last night's plan, I told them to show them, go into the crowd and just tell them that nobody said the particular plan, so that should be okay. Yes.
I think we just got victory.
It's kind of symbolic blockade for the rest of the
Okay.
So we're trying to decide close down today.
We've shut them down.
Does it make sense to do the blockade or not?
شو الاخبار؟ والله ما ادري شو الاخبار بس موجود على. السلام عليكم وعليكم السلام قبل جواكم الله. اهل البصره اعزاز. على راس اهل البصره بس احنا بغداد مو البصره. حسن صوت مو واضح.
What is he doing up there?
We're going to go ahead and set it all up for pictures. And then,
I think that's great. But we're not going to get arrested. We're going to save that for another time. Right. Well, no, he has to negotiate.
Right, but
Oh yeah. They're like 5 cars. But we're gonna just save you guys for another time. We're gonna do everything like they planned it, but we're not gonna get arrested.
I don't want to throw a wrench in it, but if we do want to do this another day where they're actually bringing trucks, it gives away our whole plan if we do it today.
yeah, no, this is definitely friendly. So maybe we just take to the street without all this stuff, and we bring out the big banner. We have the big banner. So let's
have the big banner. We can take
the big banner.
Okay, go ahead.
Is that okay? Sorry.
No, you do it. Go ahead. No, I don't want to speak. I'm not. Yeah, go ahead. Okay, maybe it's democracy. Sorry.
And we hold the banner in front of the chairs, and people can even stand on the chairs, and then as we come to sit on the chair, you stand on the chair, that'll be a beautiful picture. People standing over the banner, whatever, and then we bounce and we just sound. So Collier and Theo still do the banner.
Yeah, but that way we maintain, we keep, right. We have something that we can do the next time.
No louder, no louder.
Yeah, we save that the next time. Oh yeah, whatever's okay with everybody. So you guys have a plan?
We need 2 people to hold our chair.
Okay, I think we can. Wow, victory is so sweet. I love winning. No other feeling like it.
I know you remember this.
Moving Ada. Because we're going down quite a steep hill, Brixton Hill. And I'm back at Greta again now. Bus is hooting us. And we've got a thumbs up. Thank you. Smile from the bus. Hi guys. Wave at this bus too. Going past Brixton Methodist Church. I think we're very close now to our destination. Traffic management is the most exhausting of this of the roles that we've got going here, because they are talking on a walkie-talkie, dealing with sometimes happy, sometimes unhappy drivers, sometimes very, very angry drivers who are unpredictable. They have to run ahead and run backwards to make sure that the roads are closed, and they have to be meticulous in their communications so that they don't end up sending traffic both directions at the same time, because as you can work out, that would be pretty damn messy. So they, on a 10-mile walk, will probably run or walk and run more like 20-25 miles. And some people's feet are completely melted, I have to say. The blisters are phenomenal, but people are keeping going. Right, in we go. That's good, we're going into a lane here now. Just gonna scoot through. Brixton Hill at a junction with Blenheim Gardens, if you want to know where we are, in London, all the way from Brighton, over the South Downs and the North Downs. Lots of people filming us. slipping off me. Hi guys! Hi! If you just joined us, we are the Lightship Greta. You want to find out more? Follow us on Instagram at Lightship Greta. Use the hashtag on Twitter and also the handle at Lightship Greta. We've walked all the way from Brighton. Woo!
Our sea levels are rising.
We've walked all the way from Brighton. Greta weighs a ton. She's shining a light on the climate and ecological emergency. She's lighting the way to a change in the way, the fundamental change in the way that we all live, particularly led, we hope, well, we keep hoping, that the government will make the changes that are necessary to mean that we don't end up in a complete and utter ecological disaster, because the emergency is already happening right across the world. We're experiencing floods and droughts and swarms of locusts and heat waves and fires. And this is all because we're pumping increasing levels of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. All the scientists have been saying it for 30 years, and for 30 years they've been ignored. The truth is that no one is immune to climate catastrophe or crisis or chaos or emergency, whatever it is you want to call it. No one is immune. But the people in the global south and the indigenous peoples of the world are paying a higher price for the lifestyles of a few. And we need to recognise that. We need to make reparations. We need to understand that this is just the start. The ice caps are melting. The sea levels are rising. And so are we. Because enough is enough. Hello again. Our lovely friend with his sleeping little boy. It's getting quite busy on the pavement as well.
7:07.
What time is it? So it's the bus lane here. Is it the bus lane?
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll have to go round. We have a sport vehicle. Unfortunately, it's an electric vehicle. Sorry? Yeah. So our sport vehicle isn't allowed in the bus lane. We have actually gone through a lot of red traffic lights as well, so we're hoping we don't get too many fines. But we have permission from our police liaison officer to do that, so that's going to have to go in the many letters that will come through the letterbox. What joy. But a bus lane is not negotiable. Amazing, isn't it? Lots of people talking. Hi guys, I saw you up there earlier. Do you know what we're doing here? Yeah, so we've walked from Brighton.
Brighton.
Yes. This has been pushed. It weighs a ton. Been pushed all the way because we are wanting to talk to people about the climate emergency. It's getting hotter and the weather's changing across the world. Have you noticed that? Yeah, everybody's noticing, aren't they? And it's going to get much worse. Yeah. What that means is that there's some places where people won't be able to grow crops very easily, and then people will get hungry, and that's the worrying thing. So have you heard of Extinction Rebellion?
Sorry?
Have you heard about Extinction Rebellion? It's a group called Extinction Rebellion. We're worried about the fact that the human race might not survive because of the fact that the climate is changing, because what that's going to lead to is war. Yeah, so if you have a look up on Facebook for Extinction Rebellion, then you can find out a lot more about our movement. Tell your friends about it as well. Yeah, okay, thank you so much. Nice to meet you. Take care. You're welcome. The 14th of September. Possible delays. I wonder what that's about. Good thing they've taken notice. So I remember the rebellion in London and Cardiff and Manchester is continuing. If you go to the website, which used to be extinctionrebellion.earth, I think it's changed now, but I don't remember what it's called, but it will redirect you from there. You can find out a lot more about the plans for the rebellion. And this is I've lost track of the days, day 5, maybe day 6, maybe day 4. And in London many more things will have been going on. Of course, we're not really getting reported by the police, by the press, but that's not a surprise, because the powers that own the newspapers are also the powers that are most likely to be negatively affected about looking at looking at alternatives to fossil fuel powered world. So we need to be aware that there are powerful forces at work. I think I've lost them. There are powerful forces at work that will be out there to discredit Extinction Rebellion. We've already been told that we're a terrorist group, which anyone watching this will know is complete and utter tosh. We've had all sorts of behaviours thrown at us. I'm just going to cross the road quickly and join up again. Right, that's good. I'm now joined the group. Might have to stop live streaming in a second in order to find the support vehicle. Let me think how we can do that. Because the support vehicle was not allowed through. But anyway, I'm not going to worry too much about it because I'm sure we can find out. So if we do stop, then we'll start again. So we're coming into Brixton. Not quite at the busiest time of the day. We're just going past the Electric Ballroom. Woohoo! Many a happy night spent there. People who know London, they can pinpoint where we are. So there's the Electric in Brixton, just over there. Opposite is St Matthew's Church. Still getting lots of positivity. where we do something about your live route by accident. Let me see if I can do that. Choose your live mode. Oh no, that's not what I want, sorry. Okay. So yeah, we're in the big city now. Very different from going up the North Downs yesterday. Leafy green Surrey. And actually, in a way, when it gets really big, outreach is much harder. But we're still making an impact, I think. Smiling. I like waving to people, but it's quite hard waving to people with one hand. And I think we're coming close to our destination. So here we got 4 people pushing at the moment. Children's. Hiya! Traffic lights. Oh, we've been told to get a job. You've got a good job. Brilliant. Yeah, I'm on live streaming, so I'll talk to you in a minute. Do you know what the rest of the route is? Do you know where we're going?
We're going to go down Cold Harbour Lane up here.
This is Brixton High Street, isn't it? And then we're going...
Actually, it looks like changing, looks like we're going down here. We were supposed to go down Cold Harbour Lane, I think we're going down here, but I'll come this somewhere over to the north that way. So.
No, it looks like we're going... Past the Ritzy. heart of Brixton. Hi guys, hello. We've got a bridge. Will she make it? Slowly. Yes. Whoa. That's what we're doing. They've walked all the way from Brighton. It's taken them 6 days to get here, and they've pushed. This way is the ton. Look, there you go, everyone. Can you see? They're dropping the top in order to get under the bridge on Cold Harbour Lane. Woo! Now we have a Silly Ideas Extinction Rebellion foot to come along as well. Wonders will never cease. Hi guys! That was very deftly done. Ahead a little bit. We're going up this road. So what I'm going to do is, I think this is a real triumphant ending. I'm going to finish now, everybody. I'm going to say thank you very much for watching. Here goes Greta. Oh no, maybe she's going to keep going along actually. Sorry, I thought we were just turning off for the night. But I'm going to finish anyway because I'm not entirely sure if this really is recording or going out live. I'll come back again at the end maybe, otherwise there'll be more live streaming soon. So come and find us at I light ship Greta. Hashtag light ship Greta.